Hey guys, how you doing? Getting started a little early today. Today is going to be a mess around day, without a doubt. And why is today going to be a mess around day? First of all, it's Friday, right? There's actually a lot of reasons. So first of all, it's April 1st, right? So April Fool's Day. Uh, uh, Second thing that's going on, the Reddit releases this place, right? This is a like a graffiti board basically that you can mess with, but you can only mess with it one pixel at a time. Hey Eric, how you doing today, bud? Dude, are you just like waiting there with your like finger on the button? I'm not complaining, but this is a like a pixel board that you can mess with. But when you change things, so for example, if I like were to go here to this poor little Canadian flag that Canada's trying to figure it out. That's right. The stream itself is an April Fool, but you can pick a single pixel, change the color of that single pixel, and then you can't do that again for another 5 minutes. So every single time you're seeing any of these pixels pop up, it's a single individual putting a single pixel down, and collectively, the Reddit community has done this. I'd actually love it. I love these things, man. I love these things because they're uh, because they are in fact a reflection of the community that generates them, and because it's the pixel art, because of the way the system of it, it actually is uh, a reflection. And you can see, I mean, this is Reddit, right? So you can see the big Ukrainian. I need this stream for my sanity's sake. That's good to hear, bud. I mean, Famita, how you doing today? Well, I'm glad you're here. And like, what's interesting about these sorts of boards is like this has only been up for like since the beginning of today, and it's already shifted and changed, and it's going to shift and change again. And that's what makes it interesting, right? So like, initially, like communities will come on here and really push something in. But then eventually the community will give up and it'll get eaten, right? I think my favorite one is the blue corner, right? That's their whole shtick, the blue corner. And you can see they're putting up a good fight. They're putting up a good fight. But the board wants this space back. You can see it. The board wants the space back. I'm doing real good today, actually, Famita. I finished 2 projects today, one of which paid out. One of which paid out real nice. Oh, one of the things that I've been doing audiobooks, right? But I've been doing I've been doing it for royalties, so 50-50 split. And I had one, he didn't want to do the 50-50 split, so I said to him, like, okay, I'll read it, but I'll do it for like $50 an hour. And he was like, okay. And so that paid out really nicely, and it made me really realize, like, I think I'm going to start saying to these guys, like, the royalty split's not enough, because if your book doesn't sell, then I get nothing, right? So I waste my time, and I got rent to pay. So I'm going to start saying to these guys, like, either if you don't want to do the royalty split, you can pay me a lot, or you can pay me a little, and then I'll do the royalty split. But, like, I need to be at least making minimum wage, right, for my time. And, but it's nice to, it was really nice to have one of these projects finally pay out. Like, oh my God. Like, it's like a weight off of my mind, honestly. And it makes me believe that, like, this is going to work. It's going to work, you guys. Like, this whole idea, the YouTube channel and the audiobooks and, like, all of that kind of stuff, it's going to work. I just have to buckle in and grind myself into it and actually fucking do it, right? And Vince, this is a new thing that Reddit is doing. I love these. This is called Our Place. This is a pixel board that you can only interact with a single pixel at a time. So if I wanted to change this pixel, right, I could select it and then change the color of it, but you can only do 1 pixel every 5 minutes, right? So this board gets created by the community itself. And that's what I love about it. So in my perspective and in my opinion, like, this is an accurate representation of the Reddit community, right? That the people who want to put the energy and the time in, and the communities that want to put the energy and the time in, will. And it's like a truly democratic process, right? That maybe a community will put the energy in for a moment, but it's the vigilance and it's the people who are able to keep the energy up. A good example of this is the GameStop section, right? That the GameStop guys came in and this showed up pretty much right away. They were like, "Oh, we can do this. Let's go," right? But you can see how his face has been malformed, right? And eventually this will change into something else, and eventually they'll lose the steam and they'll lose the energy, right? This is what happens on these kinds of boards. That you can see that most obviously with the blue corner, right? They took up a ton of territory with this blue corner thing. Then you see how like very steadily other people have kind of encroached in. They've tried to create like a border of sorts. And eventually like this is going to start to fade in, and maybe the blue corner will end up being just here, right? Because that's the amount of energy that they can actually expend, right? And the amount, don't worry about that sound. That was just telling me, hey, you could put down another pixel. I'm not going to worry about it. My favorite about this is the Canadian flag. These guys have been trying to do this for so long, dude. It's here's what it looked like at one point. You had a real great, here's your reference, right? Then you had a real great thread. Oh, did I close that thread? I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, yeah, this is the thread. Is Canada doing okay? We are not okay. It's getting worse. I don't even know how to make this better. And so they literally like filled it in with red. They were just like, fuck it, fill it in. And I actually think that's the best strategy, because they filled it all in with red and now they're paring it back, and it's getting better. It's getting better now, right? And no, I love this. Like, I really do. It's my absolute favorite. There used to be one of these that was fairly well known called Pixel Planet, but it got straight up taken over by Nazis. Like they had a big world map, and it's huge. Like, it's a big map. But like the Nazi flag is over Europe. Like, it's the Nazi symbols are everywhere, like over Africa. Big Trump stuff, right? And the moderators of it, to the degree that there are moderators, are like, this is a free speech space. Like, we're not going to do anything about this. But it's gotten bad enough now that they are starting to be like, yeah, we got to actually do something about that. Like, not a good idea to have safe havens for Nazis, right? So, and of course, there's bets on who is going to... oh, yeah, come on in. Let's go, right? Let's go. If I interact at all, I'm just running interference. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Right? Like, I just come in and just try to clean things up a little bit, because I find it very amusing that there's... I find it fairly amusing that there's people trying to make this flag work. And it's really clear, like, they're struggling, man. But to be fair, like, the maple leaf is probably the hardest of the flags, right? Like, the Turkish flag that's up here, they've had an easier time of it. This is all trolls fucking with them, right? And, like, that's what's going to be really interesting about this. Like, my favorite is just looking at, like, you look and you see, like, trolls just coming in, just, like, just trying to, like, are you going to let us just destroy this? We could just destroy this. PM Trudeau announces a UBI initiative due to unaffordability and will give each valid Canadian citizen a top-up. Okay, what? Announces a UBI initiative. Hold on. Justin Trudeau UBI initiative. Did that just happen, bud? What should I search up? Where's the communist flag? Nah. They're not going to let a communist flag in, dude. DM. You guy. You got me, bro. You got me, bro. No, I didn't actually believe it. I was just like, nah, probably not, right? That's why I wanted to verify it. And I asked for sources, and you came back with the April Fools. You know what, bud? I respect it. I respect it. That is the spirit of the holiday. You did it. You did it. I think one of my favorite things on the board is in the GameStop thing. So you see they got the line here, right? And it's up and up and up, and then it goes up off the board. And they just kept going with it. And then somebody else like drew this girl here, and she's like hugging it. So they've like integrated her into the line. And then the line comes up. Oh, did they break the line finally? Because the line, you see it continues here, right? So it continued up here. And then eventually it like moved over. But no, of course, the board will reclaim it. They'll eat that. And what's always fascinating about this, like, if the Reddit admins are smart, and they're going to be smart about this, they're going to do a time lapse. And time lapses are always the best because you get a nice time lapse, and the first bit is always like a big change. And then no, this is great. This is great. This is art. This is like the most basic rudimentary form of artistic democratic expression, right? That like people can come together and do stuff. Look at the shit that we can do as just a community, right? And it reflects the attitudes and the opinions of the community. Like, I mean, the Ukrainian flag is absolutely indicative of what's going on, right? I love it. I do. I love it, right? And you can collaborate. You can get involved. Look at them. They're doing it, guys. They're doing it. They're figuring it out. Like, look. This used to be a disaster for them. Like, look at where they were at one point. Like, this was horrible. This is way better. They're figuring this shit out. Like, I said it before, I'll say it again. The maple leaf is a nightmare, man. Like, it's a total nightmare. It's like, it's not like Germany where you just got three fucking lines, off you go, right? The Triforce of Power, of course. The Triforce of Power. You can't have a pixel board without the Triforce of Power on it. And one of my favorite sections was actually up here, because this was just a smattering of nonsense. Like, literally just color. And from it has emerged, like, all of this interesting shit. Just like, and it's like manifesting. Jen Psyopke might be moving to MSNBC. I don't know who that is. I don't actually pay that much attention to MSNBC and CNN and Fox and all those kinds of places. Like, they're not that interesting, right? The narratives that come out of those guys, like, if you pay attention to the CIA, you know what the mainstream media is talking about, right? I think one of my favorite, it's not really a psyops, but it's like pretty obviously, White House press secretary. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, like you see the revolving door, right? The fucking revolving door of just like the State Department goes works for the media. Like, what do you think's happening? One of my favorite narratives that's coming out of the CIA is, getting intel on Russia is actually really hard. It's really tough to get good intel on Russia. It's tough. It's tough. So we don't really know what's going on there. And basically the CIA just playing dumb, right? And I'm seeing it over and over again, right? I'm seeing like the narrative come out that the CIA is struggling to get good information about Russia. And it's total fucking bullshit. First of all, the CIA is like a multi-billion-dollar, like, industrial force, right? Like, of course they can get good intel, right? Of course, like, maybe they can't get, like, the intricate detailing they would need to, like, launch successful war campaigns and things like this. But they know what Russia is saying, and they know what's up. And my absolute favorite part about this is that the current head of the CIA, William Burns, when he was the ambassador to Russia, right? This is the best, dude. Yeah, we can't get good intel on Russia, except the Russian ambassador, who's the current head of the CIA, wrote a document in 2009 saying that what we were doing was going to lead to war with Russia. But, beside that, So they're obviously covering just by playing dumb. They're just being a bunch of dumbasses. Like, it's coming together, guys. Look at this. It's coming together. I believe in these guys. I really do. The story of this has been the story of Canada. Just like a constant catastrophe. But god damn it, we're trying. God damn it, we're trying. Are we gonna succeed? No. Are we gonna try? Kind of. Will it matter? Not at all. And what's so funny about this, and the reason why I'm focusing so much on this, guys, is because this is the news of the day. Like, literally, these are the COVID pandemic is a conspiracy that the federal government is using to implement an authoritarian communist regime. April Fools, this is obviously stupid, right? Every article is like this. Just literally like, fuck you, April Fools, right? COVID-19 resurgence underway. We know. Like, we have been reporting on that, right? So, and here's a poll, right? Liberals slightly ahead of the NDP, all in behind the fucking PCs. It's like, no, nothing new. Because, today's like a wank. All around. Like, there's no news. The news that does come out is like, get fucked, it's April Fools, fuck you, right? Like, and everyone, I think, is just entranced by this bullshit. And you know what? I think that's great. I think that's great. Not every day... we can't be cutting our wrists every single fucking day, right? You gotta have some time off. Just talk about some jokey joke shit. I had something that I wanted to talk about, and I don't you hate that when that happens? When you have something that you want to say, and you know it's important, and then you kind of put it on the back burner in your mind, because maybe somebody else is talking or something like this, and then right when the moment of its importance comes, you're like, yeah, and the other thing about that is, and then you just end up looking like a total asshole, right? Have I seen the show Severance on Apple TV? I don't have Apple TV, so no. I've heard of Severance though. I feel like I've heard of Severance. Severance thriller series. Oh, it's this guy. I like this guy. What's this? Sci-fi. All right. I do like me some good sci-fi. What's the Wikipedia have to say? Directed by Ben Stiller. Okay. I'm getting sold, right? I will straight up watch something just if Ben Stiller is involved. Straight up. I've only ever seen one thing that Ben Stiller ever did that I thought was just absolute dreck. And that was Zoolander 2. Zoolander 2 was so obviously Ben Stiller just wanting to hang out with some of his old buddies and deal with... I think it was a midlife crisis for him. I think he was dealing with his own aging and his own kind of concerns about fading into irrelevance, and he did it through Zoolander. And so Zoolander 2... But outside of that, I think Ben Stiller is... that everybody's got a stinker, right? Everybody's got a stinker. And if that's the worst he's ever done, then I think he's in good territory, right? All right, what do we got? A sinister biotech corporation, Lumon Industries, uses a severance medical procedure to separate the non-work memories of some of their employee from their work memories. One severed employee, Mark, gradually uncovers the web of conspiracy from both sides of the division. That's an interesting concept right there. Take that idea of work-life balance and make it literal, right? And then obviously you can create some kind of crazy shit from this, right? Absolute bonkers, crazy, go nut. It's a mix of Parasite and Squid Game meets corporate culture. It's fantastic. It was only a matter of time until, because of the popularity of Squid Game and Parasite and all these, The capitalist system itself is going to start spitting these out. And you know who's going to make these these types of narratives better than anybody else? The people who are generating the capitalist system in the first place, right? Like, I think there is some really good shit that's going to come out along those lines, and this could be it. This could be one of these things. On the Ben Stiller show, Ben does an Oliver Stone impression. Fantastic. Lumon is basically Amazon meets Walmart. Fantastic. I really hope Netflix picks it up. Capitalist Apple probably won't allow it. TVs should be nationalized. Share it through all mediums. Patrick Lancaster always has the news. Yeah, for sure. Communism sells for the capitalist death cult. Yeah, that's one of the things, right? Capitalism will sell you the noose to hang it, right? The very last thing that capitalism does is destroy itself. That's the last thing, right? That like, and the system will be destroyed by its most virulent supporters, right? That's Golem trying to get the ring of power and flinging himself into the lava, right? That's the whole shtick, and it is Friday, dude, and April Fool's no less. So there's like literally no news, bud. There's like literally nothing going on. Everybody's entranced by this bullshit, which is this is a pixel board that Reddit released. There really isn't much by way of news. Everybody just seems to be like, hey, everybody, you want to take a day off? It's April Fool's. Let's all just go get drunk. That seems to be the way of it. This one's pretty impressive, if you ask me, in terms of the intricacy. The Star Wars nerds are the nerdiest of the nerds, dude. Like, these guys, and God bless them. God bless them, right? That they actually do rival the, like, Christian nerds, right? The Christian nerds are, like, those guys are the nerds, right? Like, because they're willing to, like, kill people over their nerdery, right? Like, they're like, our guy is coming back at any moment, for sure, that's real. You guys are wearing funny headdresses. We're gonna go over there and fuck you up. Like, that's fucking real nerdery, right? Like, the Star Wars guys aren't doing that shit. But in terms of their dogma and their rhetoric, they're getting to be very similar. The leader of India one time said, after addressing the American people, you know, God bless America, may the force be with you. He actually said it. And I was just like, fantastic, man. Like, fantastic. Like, the Indians are over there being like, no, Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is a religion. It's legit. Most of them, like, watch it and think it's cool. Look at it, guys. It's coming together. It's coming together. Look at it. Oh, they're doing it. What's this bullshit right here? Get this bullshit right out of here. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. What's this fucking bullshit? Getting into our flag. Fuck you. Like, this actually ties into what we were talking about yesterday in regards to nationalism, right? Like, I hope Watson comes in, because, like, one of the major things that immediately happens every single time on these kinds of boards is, like, you got a lot of video game stuff. Like, this is very artistically done, right? Like, they got that shading and everything. Like, if you zoom in, you can really tell. But, like, when it's out like this, like, it looks great. Same story with the inscription guy here, right? Like, look at this crying guy, right? Like, it's all very cool. And, like, video games play all the time for obvious reasons. But flags, national flags, really do take prominence. And nationalism really, really plays in big and serious ways. And you can tell where the user base of the board, you can tell where their allegiances are based on which flags are allowed to be there or not, right? What flags aren't here? Well, the Russian flag, the Chinese flag, right? They don't get to be here, you know? Obviously the Ukrainian flag, right? The Turkish flag, that, you know, the Brits, the Americans, that's Sweden, right? Portugal. You got France up in here. Canada trying its best. God bless you, Canada. You can do it. You can do it. This stuff, I think these guys are gonna let it happen. Disappointed, Canada. Disappointed. This is an encroachment. Encroachment! What's interesting is that they actually can see. Like this pixel here was placed by dat ass from HFAX. So they actually can see who's placing these pixels. So I think that that's how they have decided, because the question always is, when's the swastika coming in, right? The guys over at Gen Zedong have already found one, right? That it was a very small one, and of course it gets swept away very quickly. But what, like, a Nazi brigade could come in here and start doing that shit? Absolutely, they could, right? Dude, yeah, it's so hard to draw. You gotta, like, I feel like they're doing pretty good. Especially when you consider that, like, there's a lot of them doing it, right? That there's a lot of them doing it right now. It's not just like a couple of people. Like you're looking at probably at least 20 people, right? Oh yeah, draw by memory too. Yeah, I think that's what they tried to do initially, and so it just ended up like. Yeah. God bless them. God bless them, dude. I'm looking forward to next Thursday's federal budget. I wonder what BS Chrystia Freeland's going to offer to struggling Canadians. I won't be holding my breath. Yeah, no. The NDP are walking around pretending like they're hot shit, right? Like they're like, we're going to hold the Liberals to account to actually care about the well-being of the. I mean, at least Andrea Horwath is talking about rent control now. Right? Like we're only like literally 2 months out. Like we're April, May, June. So we're 3 months out from the election, and she's just now starting to talk about rent control, like and in tweets and stuff. Like there's no way that this housing and this crisis gets resolved without the government actually seizing control of it. Right? They're not going to be able to incentivize their way out of it. They're not going to be able to be like, hey guys, can you maybe please stop acting like psychos? Like, it's just not how it's going to roll. Like, they're going to have to actually do something and intervene in serious ways. And rent control is a good start, right? But like, the NDP are talking about how like, we're going to give first-time buyers a break of like $10,000. And I'm like, that's not going to do fucking anything. Like all of a sudden, housing will just go up $10,000, right? Like that's all that'll do. Like these people are psychos. Like they're not gonna like give people a break. Like that's not gonna happen. We're gonna have to grab a hold. I wish I could get rid of that sound effect. I don't care about the sound effect at all. Oh well. Yeah, leader net favorables. Horwath -4%, Del Duca -11%, Ford is at -15%. So all leaders are disliked in some way or form. Well, I mean, if you ask me, like Horwath and Del Duca, like they're just weak. They're just so tepid, right? Like we're it's like we're watching someone drown, and Andrea Horwath is standing there being like, maybe we should think about throwing a rope out there or something, right? Like, I'm like, bitch, start screaming. Like, start fucking screaming. I don't understand. No, don't expect anything substantial from Chrystia, for sure. No, they don't give a fuck. Like, they don't care. Right? We're in the let them eat cake phase. Like, these people don't care about us. They don't care about the poor. They don't care at all. Like, at all. Right? Like, they only care when we won't work for their shitty wages, right? So they only care when we don't, like, take the abuse. That's the only time, right? And then what do they say? Oh, nobody wants to work anymore, right? So they put the blame and the onus on us again, right? Because that's what gaslighters do, right? So when we actually stand up to them and say, hey, we're not going to accept this shitty treatment, well, it turns out we're the problem again, right? Look at what they're doing here. This is cool. Got a little strawberry. Yeah, that's fun. This is fun. April 10th is France election. Jean-Luc Mélenchon is the candidate to watch out for. Hoping he ends up in second place so he can make it to the runoff. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I I think that elections that are happening right now in Europe are probably going to end up being status quo elections. But in a year or two, I think there's going to be a lot of shaking up happening in Europe. If it is Macron versus Macron, that would be quite the debate to watch. Yeah, I mean, Macron hasn't been like a total fucking disaster for the French people. Like, it's still France, right? But like, status quo neoliberalism is a disaster for everybody, right? And like, we all know how these neoliberals act, right? They're all saying the same shit, right? And the strategy is always the same. Acknowledge the problem, right? Acknowledge that there's a problem. Pretend to put forward a plan, right? By the time everybody realizes the plan has failed, either they've moved on to something else, or you're ready as a leader to pass the baton over to your allies on the aisle across the way anyway, right? Like, the job of the neoliberal class is to maintain the status quo, right? So the method they choose to do that is to acknowledge what you've said is true, right? It's stall tactics, right? Acknowledge it, create a plan, the plan fails, and then they hand the baton over to the other guy whose job is also to maintain the status quo, right? Or entrench corporate power and the wealth even more, right? So that's the way it works. That's Canadian politics in a nutshell. So it's just a series of stall tactics. So these liberals are like, we hear that Canadians are really suffering out there, and so we're putting together a comprehensive package that'll come out in the next few months, and it'll address the issues that Canadians have. And then their package comes out, everybody looks at it, sees that it's a bunch of shit. The critics are like, this basically does nothing. Nothing changes anyway. They implement the plan 2 years later. Everybody's like, my life is the same or worse. And then everybody goes, oh, I'm going to vote for the other guy. And the other guy is basically a lunatic, right? So, welcome to fucking Canada. Looks like these guys are getting their shit together, though. Getting their shit together. The detailing's going to start coming in soon, right? You can tell they're taking a little break, being like, okay, we gotta reanalyze this thing. You need to get some prongs up in here, man. Get prong there, right? You gotta start pronging this shit. I mean, internationally, he's still considered right wing to far right. Dude is very right wing socially and economically. Yeah, but I mean, when you're governing people like the French, there's only so much you can get away with, right? Like, if you do too much, they'll burn your shit down. Like, that's how it works in France. So, and my understanding of what happened in the last election is that there was some shenaniganry or chicanery. I don't know the story exactly, so I shouldn't tell tales out of school about it. The blue corner, man. Yeah, so today's a faff, guys. Like, today's a faff. There's like literally nothing worth talking about, honestly. Like, no decent news, no nothing. Right? You take a look. I've been playing Elden Ring. I've actually hit a wall in Elden Ring where I feel like I can't advance anymore. So I'm having to go around and do like side quests and shit because I'm like, this is too hard. I can't get through it. So I'm having to like spend more time doing like side quests and stuff, and which sucks because I feel like I'm right on the precipice of like getting into the real cool shit, right? Like, man, what a cool game that is. What a fucking cool game that is. How are you guys doing out there? I know it's lame when there's no new news, eh? Let's just pop into Reddit. Let's see what's what. See what I'm talking about? Like, everybody's just like talking about decline in civility. I had a weird conversation today about somebody trying to convince me that the Biden, the revelation, or the admission rather, that the laptop story was actually true, right? The laptop story is actually true, has really kicked the conspiracy crowd in regards to the election was stolen, right? It's really kicked them. They're all over the place. Like, I start having conversations with guys, and it immediately turns into like, yeah, but Trump had the election stolen from him, and you start like talking to him, and you're like, there is a difference between like manipulating public opinion so that people will vote against their interests or vote for Democrats, and like literally stealing elections, right? Can you believe? Like, there's actually a person in America saying, Rick, it's unfair that poor people don't pay income tax. Like, can you actually believe that this type of person exists and is in power, no less? Like, this kind of absolute brain rot. Oh, yeah, should we try to do a Cuban flag? Good luck. Good luck. Right? Like, that's the big thing that I keep talking about with this place thing. Like, who's not here? Who isn't allowed? Who would get scrubbed? First of all, like, this is a bit much, don't you think? Like, I see it's finally starting to get eaten up. It's finally starting to get eaten up. You can see. People are like, okay, like, point made. There's another one down here that was just fuck Putin, right? Some guy, like, just put in fuck Putin with, like, Ukrainian. You can see it's starting to get eaten up. But, like, You're not going to get a fucking Cuban flag onto this thing, man. People aren't going to let a fucking Cuban flag. Oh, hey, let's pick the number. Yeah, day of malarkey. You got it, man. Let's pick the number. I'm going with...
Here we go for today's number.
I'm going to go with a 7.
It's April... whatever... 2022.
Uh-oh.
10 balls.
Uh-oh. How you doing,
Each
David?
ball has a number.
How you doing, David Lynch? You doing okay?
Numbers 1 through 10.
David Lynch having a bit of a brain fart.
Swirl the numbers.
Or he's playing an April Fool's joke on us.
Pick
All right, here we
a
go.
number. Today's number is 7.
Yes. Guys, today has been a personally good day for me. I finished 2 projects today. I got paid for one of them, right? Which paid for half of my rent, right, for the month. It's really inspired me to like keep doing this this project, keep doing these audiobooks, right? I believe I'm starting to actually believe that this is all going to work. I'm starting to believe it. That like I've never wanted to actually believe it. That's always been the thing, right? Because my life has been a series of total disasters. That it's a constant sweeping of the rug. Like I'm constantly pulling the rug out from underneath my feet. And I've never wanted to actually believe that this could actually work. And I think today I'm finally ready. I'm finally ready to say out loud and admit, I think that this might work. I think that it might be the case that the work that I do is going to be this channel, attempting to inspire and organize people against capitalism and pursuing any kind of artistic thing, right? Narrating audiobooks is fine by me. And that's how I can do. And that's how I can do. I'm starting to believe that it's actually going to happen. Do I dare? Do I dare? What can come along and sweep it all away? Like YouTube could just ban me, right? YouTube could just ban me. Methane saying today was not terrible. We take those days. We take those days, right? A not terrible day, right? Every little bit helps. Thanks for your encouragement, DM. And speaking of every bit helps, right? You could donate to the Patreon or to this little dollar right here. Or, barring that, because I know we're all poor as fuck, just tell someone I exist. Just tell people I exist. Just spread the word. Here's a guy. He does a live stream, 6 to 9 p.m. every single day. Tell the world that I exist. And then on top of that, so I've been trying to monetize the channel, right? And YouTube has been limiting my videos. They've been putting limiting on my videos, and I don't know why, right? And so I challenged the most recent one, and they immediately turned around and were like, "Oh yeah, that's fine. We'll." And so I'm like, "Well, then why are you limiting it in the first place? Like, I don't know what the rules are." And when I look into the rules, I'm like, I think this is fine. Like, I think what I'm doing is okay. I think it's because I literally say the word Russia. I think that's what does it. And then when I challenge it, they, like, do a word search on my video, and they're like, yeah, he said the word Russia. What was the context? Oh, it's just he said the word Russia. And I think that's probably what's doing it, more than anything. These times they are uncertain, of that there is no doubt, and nobody can tell me quite what it's all about. The heartbreak and the loneliness, the chaos and the fear will make even the strongest cry, I wish my ma was here. A young man on a battlefield fights for a rich man's gold. The bullet cracks into his spine, he knows he won't grow old. And as the tears come streaming down, at once his mind goes clear. The war was fought for nothing, he cries, I wish my ma was here. A lively story well in hand, a joke to soothe your soul. And when it came to arguing, she'd forgive and let it go. And when I cried, she held me, told me it's okay, my dear. And as we face these darkened days, I wish my ma was here. And as we march into the streets, as all the righteous do, we'll raise our voices to the skies. They cannot stop the truth. And as they tear their structures down, we'll raise a victory cheer. We made the world a better place, and I wish my ma was here. Yeah, we made the world a better place, and I wish my ma was here. Late. You're late, Famita. It was a 7. It was a 7. I can't wait to tell Mocked. Mocked always picks the 7. The one day that Mocked doesn't show up. The one day. He's probably off at a pub somewhere enjoying his Friday evening, right? Oh, man. I'm not looking forward to the next lockdown, dude. If we do it, right? That's what we should start taking bets on. Do you guys think we're going to go into a lockdown again? Do you think... I think they're going to ignore it. I think they're just straight out going to be like, yeah, another one of these. Get fucked, right? Like my home province in Manitoba is literally they've stopped recording it. They've stopped tracking COVID in Manitoba. So straight up, they're just like, yeah, COVID, whatever, get fucked. Like dropping the mask mandates, they're not tracking it, they don't care anymore, right? Like that's scary to think about. Like literally, like, oh, okay. So you can't even see the. Oh, this song. I forgot about this song. Let's sing this song. I'm gonna go through my anthology today. That's what we're gonna do today. It's kind of a fuck around day. You know what? And let's get off of this place thing. You guys, you know what I like, guys. You know what I like. I love me some China walks. Good old China walk. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Right? Isn't this beautiful, man? Isn't it? Sing one. You know what? You know what I'm learning, unfortunately, DM, and this is unfortunate. If I play someone else's tune, it demonetizes my video. And I can go and clip it out. But it's just like, it's deeply unfortunate that rather than creating a system that actually like acknowledges that I've done that and funnels like the penny or whatever off to them or whatever. Because like it's in like a 3-hour stream, you would think that in a 3-hour stream you would think that like, okay, so one song, yeah, exactly, YouTube rules. But instead of that, they fucking demonetize the whole thing, right? And then if I want to, I can go into a whole like challenge it or conference or anything like that, right? In order to try and like create this blah blah blah. But like, or you could clip it out. And so if I play a Fred Penner song, chances are good, right? The algorithm will pick it up. Oh, that was a Fred Penner song. Fred Penner is owned by Sony Incorporated or Ligengard or something, right? Because it's not Fred Penner, right? Like it's not like Fred Penner sitting there being like, someone used my video on YouTube. Like no, like he doesn't give a shit, right? It's whoever owns the rights, right? It's some scummy corporate entity that and you know, these scummy corporate entities are as short-sighted as they can possibly be. Because it's not about spreading Fred Penner around. They don't give a shit about that. It's about squeezing as much blood as they can out of the stone, right? And so the solution that YouTube has found, solution if you want to call it that, right? Yeah, Fred Penner gonna come crawl through a log and come get you, exactly, right? Like, and it's so the solution, quote unquote, that they've come up with is just demonetize people, and like, it sucks because it's like, yeah, the Beatles are blockers. He literally reconstructed a song so it wouldn't be blocked. Nice. Like, but it's so dumb. Like, I feel like this system could be easily streamlined, right? And I'm easily streamlined so that the whole thing, like, because the algorithm knows I'm singing it. Like, they know that I'm playing the song, right? They know the amount of time. They know the amount of views it's gotten. Right? They have all the information, right? They've got literally everything. And so they could split off and like be like, oh, okay, so like here's the amount of viewing that got, and like here's an ad that was on it while that was happening, and all this. Like they could do all of it and just make it nice and easy and streamlined for everybody, but they just don't. It's old, yeah, like Sir Paul needs the money, exactly. No, it's just old radio thinking, right? That's all it is. It's just old radio thinking that like that they're not thinking about how the system actually works, right? They're not actually thinking about how things actually are, and they're treating people who are like I'm basically, if I were to play some Beatles stuff, it would basically be like a sing along, right? Like if you guys were in the room with me, we'd all just do like a Beatles sing along, but because this channel is like monetizing and there's this, that, and the other, like, and so they've got to really dock their cues, and it's just capitalism getting in its own ass, right? It's just this copyright law that I think copyright law is like obscene. Like I really do. I think it's just grotesque, frankly, and especially like the length of time that copyright exists for. Like 80 years? Are you kidding me? Like, get the fuck out of here with that. That's garbage. Like, I think 10 years is grotesque. Like, this idea that we literally are not allowed to use stuff for a lifetime. It's gross. So gross. Good left-wing Reddits to follow. Yeah, Canada Left is good. I have a pretty good rapport with the moderator there. He's made it pretty clear that he's not going to ban me for my views, which is nice, right? I've thanked him directly for that, and he said that he has said to me he doesn't agree with my perspective, but that he understands it shouldn't be banned. Jen Zedong, if you can get into Jen Zedong, because they've been quarantined, you literally need to like verify your account and then message the moderators directly, and then get directly invited by them. Is how it works now. Ontario, Canada is not left wing, but I still suggest people join it because it's a motley crew, is how I'll describe Ontario, Canada. That there's definitely a lot of communist hate on there. I've experienced it very recently. Right? There's a lot of anti-communism that occurs on Ontario, Canada, but they're not, like, their big thing is that they're not going to censor, right? That they are going to just they're going to let it ride. And if you want to try and push back against people, then you can go ahead and push back. And but like, I know for me, like, I'll post stuff on Ontario, Canada, and literally because of the symbol that I use, which is the same that I use here, the Canada flag with the hammer and sickle, like, that's enough for these guys to just be like, oh, this guy's an idiot, obviously. Like, communism has never helped anybody. And then I talk to them about it, and like, literally their response is communism. Well, look, I'm a male, right? Like, that's the basis of their entire thinking pattern. And if you try to articulate anything deeper to them, they just leave the conversation. Like, they're not capable of the conversation. Like, I straight up had somebody the other day ask me, yeah, like, let's go take a look at it. I got the time, right? I bet you it's gonna be not that deep. Name one country where communism has been successful, right? So I write, name one country where communism has been successful, right? Let's see. Russian communism resulted in the largest economic growth of the previous century, changing a monarchical agrarian society into a highly industrialized world superpower, faster than any other nation in world history. The communists defeated the Nazis and were the first people into space. The project ended post-Stalin as they were unable to protect their institutions against Western corruption, which led to a civil war in the 90s. The Chinese Communist project has been an astounding success. Like the Soviet project of the last century, the Chinese project has resulted in the fastest growing economy of this century. The outright elimination of total poverty from their society, a feat the West doesn't even try to accomplish. Major infrastructure projects, like the Belt and Road Initiative, and it looks like they'll be responsible for having the first actual moon base of any country. It looks as though they've learned from the Soviet mistake of having weak institutions that are easily corruptible, as the National People's Congress has proven to be extremely resilient to capitalist interference and corruption. Lots of people try to pretend these successes are the results of capitalism, but this is just ignorance. While there is a fair amount of capitalist activity in China, the Dengist period, the buck stops at the National People's Congress. Unlike in the West, where the capitalists essentially own the political system, to the benefit of no one. Cuban communism is proven to be extraordinarily resilient, considering the massive sanctions, assassination attempts, and overt warmongering inflicted upon it by the monster off its coast. While these aggressions against it have resulted in keeping the island nation poor, the Cubans have managed to have major successes in spite of this. Did you know Cuba has more doctors than Canada does? Not per capita, more doctors. China is linking the Cubans to the Belt and Road Initiative, sidestepping the sanction regime they've been inflicted with, and so we'll soon see what Cuban communism is capable of without a boot on its back. Venezuela has a similar narrative. Capitalists love to say, look at Venezuela as an example of failed socialism and communism, but the UN has reported very clearly that the disaster that's inflicting Venezuela is a result of the sanction regime thrust on it. Under Chavez, the quality of life in Venezuela flourished. There's a reason people continue to support Maduro in spite of the hardship. Again, once Venezuela is connected to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, their economy will stabilize and the project will continue. There's other clear successes. Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam all recovered after the US destroyed their countries and have been embarking on their own projects. Hope this helps. Downvote, no comment. Like, the symbolism of the hammer and sickle is from factory to field. Fantastic. You have a free award to give out. You don't want to claim it. If you get an award and give it to someone, you get higher karma, and so does your post-karma. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care at all. I honestly don't. Like, I find the upvotes and the downvotes to be interesting because it's indicative of like what's going on. Like, look, garbage commie, 11 upvotes. Like, literally, I say this, nothing, right? Like, that tells you everything you need to know about the mindset here. There's a reason why the PC are polling at 39%. It's because we're incompetent. Like, there's just no other way about it. Like, we are dealing with a level of intentional delusional incompetence that is incapable of learning, that refuses to learn, that we are going to hit a massive brick wall, while the very people who are saying we're going to hit a massive brick wall if we keep doing this are being chased out of the conversation, ignored, and downvoted. Right? Like, but humanity has a big, long history of doing this, right? Be nice to one another. Crucify him! Right? Like, that's how we roll, yo. That's how we roll. We love it. We love it. I don't remember this song at all, so this is going to be a disaster. Part-time jobs, they still don't pay the rent, and Johnny lives out on the streets. He begs for change and cigarettes, and God and all his angels, they cry in agony. Why won't you read your scriptures and set your people free? And Becky does another dance. She'll be okay tonight. And Jimmy throws man out the door, then cries with all his might. And God and all his angels, they cry in agony. Why won't you read your scriptures and set your people free? And Jackie works another double shift. She cannot take the stress. And Jerry counts his quarters while he puts his mind to rest. And God and all his angels cry out in agony. Why won't you read your scriptures and set your people free? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The 2006 film Severance was fantastic. UK horror comedy. Victims of defense contractors seek revenge on defense contractor employees on retreat. Unrelated to the show, I assume. Seems like, but kind of thematically on the same sort of line, like, fuck the corporations. I think that there is a show coming. Or a movie. Probably, maybe one or the other, I can't figure it out, but it's essentially gonna be, it's the most American thing I can imagine, right? That they're eventually gonna make a show that is literally like a heist movie, except the goal of the heist is not going to be to steal something from a rich guy, it's going to be to kill the rich guy, right? And the whole point of the thing is going to be, and I think it's going to be like a couple of women. It's going to be like a Thelma and Louise style movie. And the Thelma and Louise movie will end up with them killing rich people. I think that's coming. Oh yeah, this is a good one. We've gone from, hey, wow, guys, don't slap punch Nazis, we are better than that, to slap comedians and journalists. Yeah, I've noticed that, actually. I've really noticed that. I've noticed that on Twitter. I've seen that going around, where people are really trying to justify what Will Smith did, right? Like, Will Smith goes up on stage, slaps Chris Rock, in the middle of the fucking Oscars, because Chris Rock says the most tepid joke. Like, I actually can't imagine a more tepid joke. And some of the commentary that I've seen about it is like, because it's alopecia, right? She has a disease, right? And so people have been saying things like, if Michael J. Fox was there, would you make fun of his Parkinson's? And to which any comedian worth his salt would say, yes, of course. That's the whole point of comedy, right? The whole point of comedy is that it's healing by definition, right? That it exposes things. It makes you feel, right? And the feeling is the healing, right? And just because it can elicit emotions in you that you don't enjoy, right? Or that you don't like, doesn't mean anything at all, right? To everybody else, and least of all to the comedian, right? That's you needing to deal with your stuff, and that doesn't mean it's not funny, right? Like Dave Chappelle said it the best, right? Everything's funny until it happens to you. Mel Brooks has a really great articulation of this, which is tragedy is when I cut my finger. Comedy is when you fall down a manhole and die. So this idea that is emerging from this moment, that it is at all acceptable to react with violence towards someone whose job and station is to seek out and make fun of things in the world, is grotesque. Like, it's truly grotesque. You can think that what they said was not funny. You can even think that what they said was mean-spirited, right? That doesn't matter at all. Their job, the role of the comedian, is to poke at things. And that oftentimes means that a comedian will be existing and flirting on a line between something horrific and something funny. And sometimes they'll go over to the other side. And they don't mean to, because the role of the comedian is to get the laugh, ultimately. But that's why it's an art form. Right? That's why bald people have a real sensitivity. Remember Alicia and the Bears? I don't know Alicia and the Bears at all, but I know what you're talking about. Of course bald people have a real sensitivity, right? Baldness has been made fun of forever. I remember something that made me really fall in love with Star Trek The Next Generation was that people would ask, because Patrick Stewart was bald, right? And Patrick Stewart has this really brilliant story about he was balding when he was very young. And so he was doing comb-overs and stuff, right? And like trying to hide it and trying to pretend like it wasn't happening. And it was affecting his posture and affecting the way that he was existing in the world. And when he was at theater school, some of his friends finally grabbed him and shaved his head, like got rid of the comb over, right? And then they said to him, and because he was bald like this when he was very young, you can see like his young stuff, right? He was always like this. And then once they did it to him, they looked at him and said, there, now you can't hide it. And you can't hide who you are anymore. And when Gene Roddenberry was asked, so the captain of your starship is a bald man, do you think that audiences, or do you think that people will have difficulty respecting him in that position as a bald man? Which the very asking of the question in the early 90s is quite indicative of the culture and shows you what people think about baldness. And Gene Roddenberry's response was, in the 24th century, no one will care. So even the quote-unquote straight white male character, right, was breaking through some kind of a barrier. And that's always been what Star Trek has been about. It's always been about finding the barrier and breaking through it and showing that you can, in fact, have people like this existing in the world, and it's fine, right? Like the actress who plays Uhura has a really beautiful story about how she was on Star Trek, and she was thinking of leaving the show, and then she runs into Martin Luther King and gets to talking to him. And she says, I'm thinking of leaving the show, and Martin Luther King simply says, you can't do that. there's so few examples of women of color in respected positions and positions of authority on television. You must stay on the show to represent your people. And so she did. And the result of which was the first interracial kiss on television, which was between Kirk and Uhura. And that's why this new breed of Next Generation or of Star Trek feels very dumb, and is dumb in many ways. Because they're not actually trying to do that anymore. Not genuinely, not seriously. Like they're not actually analyzing their society. They're not actually observing what's going on. They're not actually critiquing what's happening. They're not actually trying to put forward people who break any kind of barrier or push any kind of boundary or make anybody uncomfortable, right? Like it's all very like mollycoddled and all very like and like childish. It's all very childish, frankly. Like you take a look at the Star Trek remake movies, right? Absolutely none of those people would be permitted on a starship. Like absolutely none of them would be permitted to step foot on the starship. That's the level of reckless, absurd incompetence that they all display. And you can go back to like the original, like and the original series, like the original Kirk has this reputation as being like a gunslinging, like cowboy kind of type, but like he actually isn't. Like he is in a way, he's like a maverick type, but he's still a starship captain. Like he still is an adult, right? Like he's still a mature person who has like who makes mature decisions, and his solutions can oftentimes be unorthodox, right? But they're rooted in a rationale and an adult reasoning, right? Whereas the new Kirks, like, take a look at like this, like the new Kirk. Are you kidding me? Like that guy would literally not make it onto the ship. That he wouldn't make it out of the academy. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? And like, I think my favorite part about the original Kirk is that on no less than 3 occasions did he talk a computer down from destroying something. Right? That's you got to put that on the resume, dude. Put that one on the resume, right? Has the ability to talk computers off of ledge, off of like this is a sentient computer. It was going to destroy the species, and I convinced it not to. This one, I actually had it self-destruct by creating a paradox in it that it couldn't overcome. Like that's skillful. Like that's skillful, right? You don't get that a lot. Look at this shit. It's like an Elden Ring scene right here, just like creepy as shit. I'm expecting one of these to stand up and like pull out a big fucking sword. Yeah, that this is a beautiful scene, but that is definitely creepy, dude. Like that's definitely creepy. Yeah, the new Star Trek movies are just action flicks. You're right, and frankly, I find them to be insulting. Like they're fine as like popcorn movies or something, but just like start the whole point of Star Trek, the entire point of it, is to have difficult conversations about the society that you live in. That's the entire point. And the new Star Trek stuff doesn't even try. Like it doesn't even try. It's so banal. It's so like petty and childish and boring. It's completely fluff fan service nonsense. Like sure, the new Klingons on Discovery look cool, and they do, right? The sets are awesome, right? Like all of that kind of stuff. the fluffy stuff around the fringes is all very nice. But then it just devolves into like really dumb pandering, stupid, like the mycelial network stuff was always, in my view, was always very silly and very like, why didn't this come up before? And just like, you would think that this like like universe shattering technology that they've managed to harness would have come up at some point. No, but they just don't care. They're just reaching for like the lowest possible fruit. Whereas like Star Trek: The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine and the original Star Trek and Voyager to a certain degree, like there were episodes that were essentially procedural dramas, right? They were essentially like court dramas. Like you think about the episode where someone from Starfleet comes to experiment on Data, and then they have a whole like court drop, like a literal court on the ship in order to determine whether or not Data is sentient or not, or does Data have rights? Does he have the capacity to choose for himself whether he wants this to occur or not, or is he in fact the property of Starfleet? And that's a very adult conversation, right? It's a very interesting conversation to have on that show. And the older I get, the more I see how important that conversation actually is to how we as a species operate in the world, right? Like in the Star Trek universe, like a cloud of dust, if it has the ability to show that it can choose things or make decisions, the crew of the Enterprise would respect its autonomy and its decision making and respect it as a life form and let it make its own decisions and leave it alone unless a negotiation needed to occur between them or friendly relations could be met or something like that, right? But we don't do that at all. Right? Like we don't do that at all with other people. Like literally other people. We don't do that too. Like the history of Western culture has literally been one of genocide and enslavement, while saying of the other people, while saying that the other peoples are inferior, literally monkeys, right? Like just savages is how we talk about them. And so this idea that there's a show that's actually saying that not only should all peoples be considered equal and have rights and autonomy, but other species and other forms of life and other ways of experiencing things should as well. Will Star Trek's Pavel Chekhov be canceled soon? He was Russian. I'll never forget that scene, dude, where they went back in time and they didn't even try to pretend like it was bull. Like, yeah, we'll just whip around the sun and that'll send us back in time. That was their whole shtick. And I gotta tell you, I don't mind it. I don't. I'm like, you want to go back in time? Just fucking go back in time, right? Like, I don't think you need to actually like. It's in the new movies when they said like, yes, we opened up a wormhole with red matter. I was like, red matter, fine, let's go, right? Like, I'm down for that. It's a storytelling device. That's what they've done. I don't need it to be real. Don't explain your magic, right? I hate it when movies do this, when they try to explain the magic, right? Like, oh, there's midichlorians. Shut up. Like, shut up. Like, you're watching, like, Terminator 358, and they're like, going back in time creates a temporal paradox that then in turn, I'm just like, shut up. Like, I don't care at all about any of that. Like, it's so fucking pointless to tell me any of this. Hey, the Max, how you doing, bud? Thank you so much. I appreciate that, bud. Thanks so much for thinking of me. Thanks for donating, bud. I appreciate that so much. Today's a good day, man. Today's a good day. I hope you're doing well out in the world, bud. I hope you're doing well out in the world. I see you commenting on my videos, bud. I know I'm bad at acknowledging that, but thanks so much, bud. I appreciate it. Such a beautiful day, such a beautiful moment, absolutely lovely. But I'll never forget. So they go back in time, and Chekhov, who's Russian, right? He's walking around asking like random people, "Can you tell me where I can find the nuclear vessels?" He's like talking to cops. Where can I find the nuclear vessels? Like right in the dead of the fucking Cold War. Some Russian guy walking around being like, "Hey, where can I find the nukes, yo?" Yeah, that was pretty good. It was pretty good, man. Cumberbatch was an awesome Khan. You, Mr. Spock, you can't even break a rule. How could you be expected to break bone? No, Cumberbatch is just a good actor. Like, that's the thing about him. And something I really realized about him when I watch a lot of his stuff, that a lot of the time when I watch a Cumberbatch performance, the show that he's in or the story that's being told isn't actually that good, right? Which is the case of that film. Like, the story being told is not that interesting. It's not that good, right? But he is great. That's the thing. Like, and that's how good of an actor he actually is that you just want to look at him and you just want to see him perform, right? And it just tells you everything you need to know about like when you see a real true artist, you know what you're looking at when you see it. And someone like him, and there's a couple of others that exist. A lot of the MCU guys are like that, and that's sort of one of the major, like, Marvel's, one of the brilliant things that Marvel did was they said, "Oh, well, we're just gonna get like fucking actors. Like, we're not gonna like comic book movies for a long time had this reputation of getting like third string, like C-list, bullshit actors. But now they're getting like the actors, like people who are at the top of the echelon. And these guys are basically carrying it, right? Like, the Marvel movies suck. Like, they're not good. The stories blow, right? But the actors you want to watch them. Like, they're beautiful people and they're interesting, and the way that like Robert Downey Jr. talks, even, right? Like, he just has an interesting and unique sort of cadence. He's so committed to what he's doing because he's so excellent at his craft, right? Like, and Robert Downey Jr., if you want to see the best of Robert Downey Jr., you gotta watch Chaplin. One of his earliest films, right? Chaplin. He plays Charlie Chaplin, and just absolutely honors Charlie Chaplin. Absolutely honors Charlie Chaplin. Get out of here, Google Chrome. Nobody cares. Like, Charlie Chaplin is one of the great American artists, and for them to really honor him, and for Robert Downey Jr. to really do well by him in that performance, and to tell that story in a way that was honest and true, but also very respectful. I thought really, you don't see that very often anymore, right? Like, the simple idea of just telling a good story, right, doesn't really exist that much anymore, because everything is about the lowest possible common denominator. Like, what everybody's concerned, well, if you make people think, or if you present people with nuance, then they'll get rejected, or they'll reject it, or anything. And so you just end up with like schlocky bullshit that passes for interesting filmmaking. Like, the film that's immediately springing into my head is Inception. Like, everybody lost their shit about Inception, but like, Inception is not a good movie, right? Like, Leonardo DiCaprio is good, and the actors who are around him was good, and they were smart in that they like had interesting, like the score like was very like the brrr kind of thing was unique and created an atmosphere for certain, and there were interesting special effects, but the story itself is fairly boring, right? Like not and like and they absolutely did not trust the audience at all. That, like, I've said it before, that like a film like Inception would actually be way more interesting if David Lynch was if David Lynch had have directed it, because David Lynch would have taken a look at all of that exposition, all of the explaining what was going on, and he just would have got rid of all of it. He would have got rid of all of it, and people would have been like, "Aren't you worried that people won't know what's going on?" And he would be like, "No." It's like, "Well, do you think people will be confused?" And he'd be like, "Yeah." Like, that's what I love about Lynch, man. He's like completely fine if you're confused, right? Figure it out. Think about it. Use your brain, right? Like, oh no, people might, because you know what people really hate? You know what people really hate? Trying to figure out a mystery. People really hate that shit, right? People really hate it when you try and figure out a fucking mystery. Like, no, man, we love that shit. And I just think that Inception, like, it was a cool concept. It was an interesting idea. I just think that they created a shitty movie about it in the end. And Christopher Nolan, in my view, is one of the most, like, overhyped directors of our generation. Like, he did Memento, and like the gimmick of Memento is that the film was done in reverse. But that's a gimmick, right? Like that, and his whole fucking career is just a series of gimmicks, right? It's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie, except he doesn't fucking shit the bed on like a major project, right? Like, but like the Batman trilogy, which is Chris Nolan, is like total fucking bullshit. Like, his whole shtick was like, we're gonna take Batman and make like a dark, gritty Batman, and you're like, okay, so you got 3 movies with this like dark, gritty, realistic kind of theme, and you're simply not going to do a character study. You're just like not doing it. Literally, the whole film is just like the whole trilogy is just a faff, right? And the only reason why people kind of go along with it is because first of all, Christian Bale is another one of these truly excellent actors who doesn't rise to the occasion, and he himself has even admitted it, right? Like that's how you really know that like he takes a look at his period of time on Batman, and he's like, yeah, I feel like I dropped the ball. Like, I feel like I didn't really get into that character or understand that character, but it's because the script sucked. Like, the Batman voice. Oh, Batman. Oh, Batman. Right? Like literally, he was like sitting in his trailer the day before shooting, being like, "Oh yeah, maybe I should come up with a voice. I guess I'll talk like this, Batman. Yeah, Batman." Right? And like he walked in and he started doing it, and everybody was just like, "I guess," and nobody like thought to question him. But like, if it wasn't for Heath Ledger's performance in the Joker, as the Joker in the second movie, right? That franchise would be dead in the water. Like, they're not really good. Like, with the exception of Heath Ledger's performance, which Heath Ledger's performance was really, really good. Like, he really brought a lot to it, and he really, you could, like, I've worked with a lot of actors, and you can see the work that he put into it. Like, he really, really is. There's this one, and to give you an idea of like how excellent his performance really was, that there's a moment in the second movie where he comes on the scene. It's the scene when he comes into the party, right? And Alfred is there, played by Michael Caine. And Michael Caine was supposed to have a line when Joker came on, but Michael Caine was so taken aback and aghast by what he saw in Heath Ledger's Joker that he froze as like a natural response. And he didn't deliver his line. And everybody thought, no, that reaction, what you brought to it in just your reaction was what it needed. And that was excellent enough. Because Michael Caine is a brilliant actor, right? And this is kind of what these movies do. They take these brilliant actors who have really proven themselves as like, I mean, Christian Bale in American Psycho is brilliant. Like he puts on like a tour de force. The Machinist, are you kidding me? Like, and so they took this guy and they were just like, okay, you will be Bruce Wayne, and then they just didn't really give him anything to do. Like, nothing substantial. They didn't really investigate Bruce Wayne. They didn't really try to figure out who this guy was. They didn't really do a character study of him. And they're doing the same thing with this kid, too, this Robert Pattinson. It's the same shit, right? It's just like, let's make it a little bit kookier this time, I guess. And, like, they're not actually doing the character study, right? Like, you take a look at Joker. You take a look at... oh, for fuck's sake, why am I forgetting his name? That's a terrible name to forget. Joker. Come on. Joker. Joaquin Phoenix. Like, Joaquin Phoenix, that's a fucking character study, man. Like, that's an investigation of that person, right? That the character he created was a person who had dreams and ambitions and desires, and had to overcome hurdles, right? Faced hardship, saw successes and saw failures, right? Deeply sympathetic, right? Deeply sympathetic character, and who you came to understand, and you could see and respect as a real person in the world. They've never done that with Batman. Batman is just he might as well just be a specter. He's just a force of nature, right? Like, he's not a real person. Because if you were to actually investigate Batman as a real person, you would realize that he's nuts, right? And then you'd have to actually investigate, like, what the fuck is this? Why are we entranced by this, right? And we're entranced by it. We keep telling that story over and over and over again, even though really the nuts and bolts of it is about as banal as it can be. Rich kid can't get over his parents' death, goes nuts about it. Had concussion on last night in the background, and when Will's character started to raise his voice, I was worried that violence was about to happen. I'm too scared to watch Ali in case there's violence. I mean, it's a boxing movie. It's going to have violence in it. Like, I think the thing that makes it so shocking is that it's Will Smith. Like, literally the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, no one saw that coming from him, you know? And I think that's why when it happened, the reaction to it in that moment was more laughter and joviality. I genuinely think that the people watching it thought that it was not real. It's not until he, like, shouts up at Chris Rock that I think people realized that it was real, right? That it wasn't staged, that it wasn't fake, right? Because it's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? Like, how could you possibly, like, this guy did, like, Men in Black. Like, he's, like, the most harmless seeming dude ever. You just really wouldn't expect that from him. And I just think he lost his shit. Like, I just think he lost his shit. And the more you learn about the relationship he has with Jada Pinkett Smith, the more you realize, like, yeah, like, instability makes you do crazy things, right? that if you're not feeling stable, if you're not feeling, because like everybody points out that Will Smith, like when the joke came, Will Smith laughed about it, right? But then I can see the process of like, then he looks over at his wife and sees that she's not laughing about it, and then feels guilty and ashamed of himself for having laughed at something that his own wife is not actually happy about. And it's that self-loathing and the self-shame that propels people into doing these sorts of things, and then he propels toward what he considers to be the object of his own personal shame. So it's all just like tied into this like absurd like self-deprecation and self-uncertainty and instability that exists within that relationship and within his own life. That at the end of the day, it doesn't really actually have that much to do about Chris Rock. And again, like, talk about the most tepid joke of all time, right? Like, looking forward to G.I. Jane 2. Like, it truly doesn't get more tepid than this, right? Like, and you know what's interesting about that kind of comment? I actually think Jada Pinkett Smith could do fucking G.I. Jane 2. She would kick ass at it. She'd be perfect for that role, right? Strong, powerful, independent woman in the military. She would destroy that role. She would absolutely eat that up. So it's like, in a way, it's like a compliment, right? It just so happens that G.I. Jane is bald and she's bald, right? But it's like, where's the insult? Actually, is the insult that he's pointing out that she's bald? But she is bald, right? Like it's and then the extension of this, where people are now attempting to justify Will Smith's violence to Chris Rock in this moment. I think it's very dangerous. That's very, very, very dangerous. Like, one of the things that has come out of that moment is lots of comedians coming forward with their own personal stories of when something like this happened to them, right? Where they're up on stage and they're telling jokes, and then somebody comes up on stage and starts to mess with them, right? Or seeks to do violence against them. And now you're telling me that people are going to be empowered by this, right? That like Will Smith didn't really face any real consequences for it, right? Chris Rock isn't laying charges. He's not doing anything about it. So like, is it okay, I guess, that if a comedian says something that you don't like, off with his head? Is that what we're doing? Like, are we seriously getting into the period of time where like, if you're powerful enough, you literally can just lay waste to the jester? Right? That's the point of the gesture. Like, that's the point of the jester. Like, the whole point of the jester is to have him do this shit. That's the whole point. That's the reason he's there. Right? And for you to react in violence towards it says a lot more about you than it does about them. A lot more. And the fact that we're just gonna like we're just letting him off the hook, and now everybody's turning around and being like, yeah, Will Smith, he should have done it. He's defending his wife. Yeah, he should have done it. Like, holy shit. That's fucking crazy to me. Like, that's fucking crazy to me, dude. Like, no. Like, fucking no. Like, if Will Smith had have yelled at Chris Rock, if he had a heckled Chris Rock, if he had a gone up on stage even and, like, talked some shit to Chris Rock and even, like, got in his face a little bit, right? But to go up and just smack a guy? Nah, bruh. Nah. Like that's fucking unacceptable. Like, that's fucking unacceptable. Right? Like, and Will Smith is just gonna, like, he's probably gonna get, like, some kind of fucking deal out of it. It's probably gonna propel his career in a different direction he didn't expect, right? And Chris Rock will do, like, a stand-up special about it. So both of them are gonna make a whole bunch more money over this, right? It'll be very profitable for them. And then all of a sudden you'll see more people doing this kind of crazy shit. right? Like all of a sudden you'll have two actors fucking fist fighting on the stage, right? Like, and everybody will just be like, woohoo, right? Pick sides, right? Like it's like we're descending into barbarism and everyone seems fine with it. That we're literally just like, yeah, whatever, right? Two people can fight on stage at a prestigious event and that's fucking normal, right? Whatever, you expect to see that kind of shit, right? Nah. Christian Bale is an amazing actor, although he always sounds like he can't breathe through his nose. Yeah. Saw a video about how Pinkett is a narcissistic who manipulates Smith. Why would a man on definitely the most important night of his life destroy his good guy image, slapping Rock, who is beloved? And I mean, and then literally minutes later, they give him an award. Like people are self-destructive, right? Like humanity is self-destructive. We like to pretend like we're in control. We like to pretend like we're authoring our own fate and all that kind of shit. But we are a very self-destructive species. We like you see this in teenagers, right? Like the people who are most unstable in the world are certainly the people going through puberty, right? Like the people who are transitioning from being a child to being, at least in form, an adult, right? And they're experiencing a dramatic shift in who they are. And this instability exists within them, right? And some people just don't get over it, right? Some people just don't stabilize. And it is kind of odd to me. Like, there's more going on there than I think anybody actually knows, right? That, like, we're all on the outside of it looking in. But, like, the big questions, like, so if Pinkett is narcissistic who manipulates Smith, why does he tolerate it? Right? What is it that's keeping him there? What is it? And those are questions that I don't think you can answer, right? I just don't think we have the information. That really only he can answer that question. But he doesn't really. One thing that's for certain, there's no consequences for him, right? Like you can do these things and there's literally no consequences. Like in fact, it's if there are consequences, it's going to be a net positive for him, right? It puts him in the limelight. Everybody knows about it now. It gives him an edge. Just watch. His next role is going to be something with an edge on it, and everybody's going to be like, yeah, like when Will Smith smacked Chris Rock, ha, right? Like that's what's going to happen. It's gonna take his career in a different direction. That's all it's gonna do. But just watch, man. Now suddenly he'll be doing like Training Day, like Denzel shit, right? Like because people will be like, oh yeah, that guy could smack a guy, yeah, right? Like it's believable now. Like Will Smith can finally be the villain in a movie, right? Because people no longer see him as the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? So like. I just think it's fucking dangerous as shit. Cause like what starts happening, right? Well, then suddenly you get comedians who are like, well, maybe I shouldn't tell that joke. Maybe I shouldn't say that thing. Maybe I should edge off on that. Maybe I shouldn't comment on this. So then you end up with a form of self-censorship, right? You end up with people who are not willing to say stuff because they're worried someone's gonna come up on stage and smack them. Right? Suddenly, to be a comedian, you also need to be a literal fighter. Right? And if it can happen to someone like fucking Chris Rock, like Chris Rock's worth like $100 million. Everybody loves this guy. I don't know anybody who, like, I know people who don't necessarily like Chris Rock. Like, they're not like into Chris Rock, but they don't hate him. They're not sitting there being like, boo Chris Rock. Right? Like, Chris Rock is one of like the beloved figures from the 90s, for God's sakes. Like he's not fucking hurting anybody, you know, tells a fucking low-level joke, gets smacked for it, doesn't matter at all. All right, let's take a look. Has this gone anywhere? We're going back to our place. It's just getting worse, guys. It's just getting worse. Oh, they cannot figure this shit out. This is not getting too bad, but it's too spread out is the problem, right? It's too spread out, right? They just cannot figure it out. It's hard. The maple leaf is hard. All the world's a stage. Everyone's crazy and acting it all out for profit, I think. It's gotta be. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's all nuts, right? It's all absolutely nuts. Oh, the blue corner. Losing ground. I think the blue corner's done. This will be gone by tomorrow. It won't make it through the night. The late night crowd will finish this off. Oh, well. The Wall Street guys pulling the face back in. Guys, I feel the need to apologize for the faffiness of this particular stream. I know that this isn't necessarily what you guys are tuning in for every night, right? Like this has been a real faffy one. Like even for my faffy ones. And I know that Friday is like fuck around Friday, like it's faffy Friday, right? But like I feel like this one in particular is really exceptionally faffy. Whatever. What if I get slapped for siding with Chris Rock? Yeah, right? Like, and is this a thing now? Like, is this a thing? Can you be censored if you take a side in this? Right? Are you gonna be discarded? Oh wow, this has really tightened up. This is really turning into like this is really tightening up. Yeah, very nice. Ukraine standing strong, man. Ukraine standing strong. They are not. Nobody's getting in here. Like there's a little bit of dots and stuff like this, but this is actually pretty impressive. Like Germany tried to do the same thing down here. Doesn't last, right? Like people have come in and you know you expect to see that kind of thing. This is very interesting to me. From just like if you think about a board like this as like the consciousness of a community, right? That this is like a peering in to the mind of the community. Oh yeah, Lonnie. So let me for those of you who don't know what you're looking at. So this is they destroyed the American flag. Oh wow, someone. Okay. So the way this works, I'll show you. So I can zoom in. I'll do it on the Canadian flag because that's fine, right? So I can only interact with the board a pixel at a time, right? So I can select a pixel, select the color I would like that pixel to be, right? So in this case, white. And then I can say correct. And then that will change that pixel to that color. And then a timer goes, you can see down here, and I can only do that once every 5 minutes. And so everything you're seeing here on this canvas that's open to anybody. Anybody can come in here. Anybody can do anything they like. And of course, there's got to be like multiple accounts and things like this, right? Like people are dedicating a lot of resources and time to this kind of thing, right? It's not just like one guy 5 minutes for a lot of this, for sure. There's like one guy with 20 accounts, but still. And so communities are coming together and they're interacting with this canvas, following those rules, and creating, bot farms for sure. Yeah, for sure. Like, no doubt. But that's still interesting if you ask me. And so, but what arises from the community and from the people who are dedicating their time to it, is what you see right here, right? And interestingly, so this right here used to be an American flag, right? And then looks like there's a group coming through and just like blacked it right out, just destroyed it. You can see very quickly though, right? The Americans are not going to put up with that for too long. So this will reconstitute itself, but you can see the struggle. Like that, this is an aspect of this that I really, really enjoy, right? Is you can capture actual struggle, right? That people are trying to form the line, right? They're trying to create it, but other people are coming in and being like, nope, it's going away, right? And back and forth and back and forth. And you just imagine a person like clicking, just like, no, we're going to do it. We're doing it. America, right? And there's another person on the other side of that equation that's just like, fuck America, right? And they're legit fighting about it, right? That this is the culture wars that we've heard so much about, right? And it's manifesting itself in a manner that you may think of as juvenile, right? It's ultimately just like colors on a canvas, on a digital canvas, no less. But it is a manifestation of the consciousness of this community. And that's what I think is so interesting about it. That this is a community-created collage. And the community together is deciding what is or is not important. What do we want to signal to the rest of the world that we think is important? What belongs here? What should be here? What should not be here? What do we want to see? What do we want to say? What do we want to be seen as? Right? And some of it is just like straight up like, you know, like Hollow Knight, right? Straight up just Hollow Knight, you know? Like, you know what game's sweet? Hollow Knight. Elden Scrolls, right? Elden Ring. Elden Ring. I said Elden Scrolls. That's funny. Elden Ring, right? You died, right? Like a lot of the sus guys. You have a whole thing down here. Oh, that got wiped out? Looks like that got wiped. Oh no, there they are. Right? Sus. Like a lot of that happening in here. Fuck Putin, right? The German flag. A lot of nationalism happens. What flags are missing here? What flags don't exist? Right? What flags exist? This right here is is like, why is this not happening to the Turkish flag? Why is that not happening to the German flag? Why is that not happening to the Ukrainian flag? The Portugal flag, right? Why is it happening to the British flag? Why is it happening to the American flag? Look at this. Look at what's happening. They are obliterating this, dude. This is cool. Like, this is very, very interesting. It's turning into a Pepe frog. They're going to put a Pepe frog here. That's hilarious. It's nice at first until some of the groups get some tech or resources that just dominates and controls it all. Yes. The bot farms, and then that sound that you just heard was the system informing me that my time has passed and now I can put another pixel on. That's the thing that corrupts it. That you can create as many accounts as you like, right? And so unless there's like an IP system or some kind of system of control that way, then yeah, you can just create bot farms, right? And what becomes annoying about it, like, I take a look at this, right? And how much do you think, like, this feels very much like the Reddit user, like the Reddit mods themselves have decided that this is going to be here. You know, this has that kind of feel about it. That, like, I can see how that would be here and how initially the community would do that, like the Germans did, right? But you expect to see it get... colored over. You expect to see symbols sort of go over it. This is a huge amount of space, right? Yeah, and you could check the names, right? Like that's something, but that doesn't. All that tells you is that the sauce thief, right? Cook Jenner, but like that doesn't really tell you much of anything outside of like they can have multiple accounts. Dude, look at this, man. This is a lot of people doing this. This is a brigading, dude. Like this is a huge that they decided to fucking destroy the American flag. The Americans are not going to let that stand. You can already see, right? They're pushing back over here. This is hilarious, bro. This isn't Pepe though, is he? This could be Kermit. Right? Although it's going to be Pepe. Let's be honest. It's Pepe for sure. But look how like it's like a living organism. Right? Like it feels like you're looking at a living organism when you're looking at it. Right? And it's all just like the consciousness of multiple humans manifesting itself onto the screen and into the canvas, collectively forming opinions and manifesting itself. It's actually like it's pretty fucking cool shit. Like it's pretty fucking cool shit if you ask me. Like it's just visceral art, right? It's graffiti, but more amorphous than that, ever changing, and it's not just an individual. It's a whole community. It's a whole like force. You see what the Americans are trying to do? They're trying to take this mouth, and they're trying to turn it into the line again, right? And they're trying to do this and trying to turn this into the line again, right? The red, white, and blue, right? They're trying to co-opt the work of their antagonists, right? They're trying to do a judo flip and reclaim territory because they foolishly used red in the mouth, and so we can take this red and spread it back out. We will, the South will rise again. Oh, dude, I love it. I love it. Like this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like art is so important. It's so expressive. You ever play Apex Legends? No. I think I'm only vaguely familiar with that game, Apex Legends. Is this going to turn into an ad? It's going to be like, you should try Apex Legends. Apex. I have been. Nah. It's pretty. It's not pristine. Oh, here we go. Oh, dude, here we go. We're in the evening hours now. It's Friday evening, right? All the kids are home, right? All the kids are home from school finally. The kids are finally getting on Reddit, right? The kids just destroy the American flag. What else are they doing? Are they doing anything else, fucky? This is hilarious, bro. No, this is a systematic. This. I don't know what board did this, but I bet you if I went to Jen Zedong, I could figure it out. You can see though they're trying, man. They're trying to get it back. They're trying to get it back. Fucking hilarious, man. And then whatever happened here, I don't know what was here when they blew it up. Now they're trying to push in. I don't think this Ukrainian flag lasts the night. I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, dude. Elden Ring is absorbing way too much of my time. 3 days ago, I literally had to like look in a mirror and be like, John, you are spending too much time on Elden Ring. You are spending too much time on Elden Ring. I'm actually a little bit tempted to keep tonight's stream going and just play some Elden Ring on the stream. And just say, fuck it, let's go. I've been playing a wizard, and it's starting to get a little grindy now. We'll see. The frog's getting evil, guys. This is getting gnarly. I was thinking of trying Sekiro first before Elden Ring. Never played it. My complaint with all of the previous games, like the Dark Souls stuff and Sekiro and all of that, is that it always looked to me like you were always just different variations of guy with stick. Like, it was the stick that mattered, right? It's either like a small little stick or it's a big old stick, and that's essentially what you could make. The thing that really attracted me to Elden Ring specifically is that it looked like they finally said magic, right? Like, magic has got, this game has to have like a magic system. And of course, as I've played it, I've come to realize that the game is completely geared towards man with stick. That they're constantly just giving you new types of weapons. They're constantly just like, a great sword, a short sword, here's a sword made out of teeth, here's a whip, here's Wolverine claws, here's some scythes. Here, like, just constantly spitting out new types of weapons for you to experiment and explore with. Whereas the magic is much more, like, few and far between, right? Like, and a lot of the magic spells that exist in the game are clearly just sort of tacked on. They're not very good. They're not really well thought out, in my view. And, I'm happy that I'm doing the magic character. I'm happy I'm exploring that aspect of it because it is how I would like to approach these games. But definitely the game is built around the idea of like, hey, do you want to be a sweet melee guy that has a big stick? We got the game for you, motherfucker. Do they ban people? I don't think they're banning anybody. I haven't heard any of that. I do think that the community wants it. Like, I feel like the energy is there, right? Do you ever do some Fred Hampton when you talking to people by saying if you hate socialism, you hate yourself? Like, if you support capitalism, that's like saying you're stupid, right? I know, right? Like, it is like that now. Like, it's gotten to that point where we are just like, boy, howdy, I love suffering. Suffering is so great. Isn't it great to suffer under capital? Right? Part of the issue of what's happening in capitalism and with the public is that there are people who have bought into the narrative that it is better. Mocked, we did the number, and it was a 7, bud. You did it. Today was the day, and you weren't even here for it. That's okay, though. You win anyway. You're the winner. You got the energy with you today, buddy. I should have faked it. I should have just been like, oh yeah, let's do the number draw, guys. Come on, let's go. We could all pretended. I should have. That's exactly what I should have done. I feel bad about it now. I absolutely should have done that. I should have just been like, oh yeah, guys, let's do the number draw. Booka, 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 booka. Good to see you, Mocked. Good to see you, bud. I don't know if you know what you're looking at, bud, so I'll explain this. This is our place. This is on Reddit. This is a canvas board. You can interact with the canvas board 1 pixel at a time. So if I go to the Canadian flag that they're so trying, they're so desperately trying. Look at this, guys. I think they're giving up. Right? Like, don't you think they're just giving up? Like, fuck it. This definitely has fuck it energy. This captures Canada. Right? This captures Canada so well, if you ask me. Just like, whatever, you know what it is. So if I come over here, I can select a single pixel. Comes up with a color palette. I can select that color palette and hit the little check mark. And then that blue square becomes a red square. And I get the credit for it, Jonathan. And then it puts me on a 5-minute timer. Right? It puts me on a 5-minute timer. And then in 5 minutes, I can do it again. And so this entire board is built up of users doing that. And I love it. I love it. There's like literally no news today because of this. Like literally. No one reported anything because of this. Today was just like straight up, play with this toy, Reddit. And Reddit was like, yes, thank you, we will. We definitely will play with this toy. And like interesting stuff has happened. So this going on right here, this was an American flag that has now been destroyed and replaced with this demon frog face. And of course the is this the trans? Is this somebody correct me? Is this the trans flag or is this pride flag? What is this? Because I think this is the trans flag, isn't it? But please, somebody correct me. Anyway, and the USA anthem is the only national anthem that ends in a question. All other nation songs are declarative. Oh say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. For all of those, for all of you out there with OCD, I gotta finish it. Capitalism was just a joke. We'll start socialism tomorrow. And Zed, just to like keep talking to your point, I think that there's a lot of people who get fooled into believing that as long as they're on the winning side of capitalism, as long as they're the owners, right? As long as they have the property, as long as they have the business, as long as they're the owner, right? Then they're living the American dream, and they don't really realize that they're just they're also a loser, right? That their life is going to be miserable as well, right? That the serfs and the slaves and all the guys that the employees, right, are going to be miserable, but so are the owners, right? The owners are going to be miserable too, because how could you not be, right? And the owners fall into a form of like diluted distraction. Think about Bezos with his stupid rockets and his big giant yachts and shit. It's just distractionary, right? Like it's just a way to try to pretend like you're not a slaver, so it's that American dream narrative, right? That we're very susceptible to stories. We're very susceptible to narratives. Like it's very easy. Did they pause it? They didn't pause it, did they? I haven't seen any changes recently. Like, there was a lot of activity here. It's difficult for me to believe that all sides would just stop all at once. Like, there would be a ceasefire. You know what I mean? Just looks like there was like a ton of action all at once. And then it all went away. Maybe it was like bots. And it was like bots fighting each other, and then all the bots got banned. You know? Like the Reddit admins came and just like swept the bots away. Right? Like there was like like this happened really fast. You ever read about the funder of Harvard, Yale, etc., like the Russells and even Roosevelts getting their money from running opium into China? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, dude, they all do that shit. Like, nobody earns that kind of wealth legitimately. Like, nobody's like, I put my mind to the grindstone and that let me bang my... Like, no, it's always like drug running or like just like shooting someone and stealing their land. Like, it's never... No, it's not frozen. All right. Just like all of a sudden. Huh. Huh. That's what it is, Major. You joined and everybody simultaneously went, "Oh fuck, Major's here. We gotta look out. We gotta watch out now." Hey, look. I love these guys. I'm glad they're here. That's nice. That's nice. Oh yeah, dude. Today. Yeah, there's some there is activity happening there for sure. This has been like pretty sacred though. This has been sacred territory for sure. But yeah, they're starting. They're starting. They're encroaching. This is NATO encroachment. There will be consequences. Right? I don't think this flag lasts the night. Like it's not going to make it through the night. Oh. This is getting eaten up. It's interesting to see. Like maybe these guys that came in and blew this up just decided to move on to some other stuff. I don't know. Oh, yeah, like this got blown up, whatever this was. The blue corner's not going to make it, guys. The blue corner's not going to last the night. I'm rooting for these guys, right? This has got to be the sacred territory right here, right? You can't lose this territory. This is the corner, right? You need this dot right here. If you are the blue corner, you need this. This is your hallowed ground right here. And if you can't secure that territory, then it's lost. You're lost. Anyway, this is like the most faffy stream I've done ever. Oh well. What are you going to do about it? Sue me. Yeah, here you go. It's starting to happen. I hope you guys are doing real well out there, dude. I hope today is a great day for you guys. I hope you're all having a good time. I hope something good happened to you today. I hope something good happened to you this week. I know things are up and down and all around, man. Like it's what an incredible time to be alive. And like I feel like we're all so desperate for any kind of distraction. Right? Like the Will Smith slap, and now this. We're all just like, oh, thank Christ. Like, let's do anything. Let's do literally anything other than just like dwell in this odd little fucky destructive headspace. What is it that you're looking at? Oh, DJ came in and is asking the big questions in life. I've explained this a few times, but that's fine. So this is a new thing that they created over in Reddit called Our Place. I actually love these. It's not the first time that somebody's done this. So this is a canvas that anyone can interact with. But the rules are as follows. You can only interact with the board a pixel at a time. So you see how I selected the pixel there? There's a timer here. You can change the color of any one pixel once every 5 minutes, right? Anybody can join, anybody can participate, and it's through this process of once every 5 minutes changing the color of a single pixel that this collage has arisen from the community. And I really like these. I really, really like these because I feel like they do speak to the subconsciousness, the consciousness of the community that creates them. That it's an art piece, ultimately, that and interesting and cool things happen on the art piece and happen within the community. So, for example, what just happened, this face here was actually an American flag for a long time, right? And then a group came through, and it had to have been bots as well, and they destroyed it and put this in its place, right? And I think Reddit must have come through and banned a whole bunch of bots because like this was very active. Like there was a lot of action here for a long time, and now there's nothing. So I feel like I don't know if they can like quarantine sections of the board, right? I don't know how it works, but and you're so it's like a collective community art piece, right? What's important to your community? What's important to what's going on? What's missing, right? You're not going to see a Chinese flag on this board. You're not going to see a Russian flag on this board, right? The nationalism is instant and apparent, right? And that always happens on these types of boards. One of the first things that shows up are national flags. And of course, like shows that people like, events, GameStop, right? Like cultural events. There's the fucking Triforce. I've never seen one of these boards without a Triforce. But I love these things. They're an artistic expression in the rawest form. And because of the limitation of the art form, it's communal by definition. And that's what makes it very, very intriguing and very interesting to me. And also there's like no news today. So today's like as faffy a day as it can be. Like it literally was like everybody took their time off. I want to be, well, what's causing that, Ligandies? Can you articulate that? Because that's an interesting response as well. That's what I love about it. Like it's visceral. There's something visceral about this, right? And like, why is anybody even doing this, right? Like, why does anyone care about this, right? Everything. Is it just the color? Like, is it just like the amount of stuff? Is it an overwhelming sensation? Right? Or is it just because it's trash? Is it just garbage? Right? That the community is just coming out with like total bullshit. Right? Or in some cases like nonsense. Like, what is this? The blue corner. Right? Like this is important. It's worse than 2B2T. I don't know what that is. I'm buying a condo. The housing market is insane, and my friend luckily told me about it to avoid a competitive bidding process. My rent will go from $365 to under $300. Oh, dude, congratulations, bud. This is already pretty decent rent these days. Average rent here in Toronto for a one-bedroom is $1,600, right? Like, I'm only slightly under that average, right? Like, things are getting scary here in Toronto. So for you to be living at this rate is already well under what most people are paying now. And to take that down to $300 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, blessed. The universe is blessing you, bud. That is a blessing. The universe has looked at you and has decided to sprinkle all the beautiful fairy dust on you. And good for you, bud. So I'm so happy for you, bud. Absolutely. Mwah. 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 The only thing I request is that you give me some of that money. Come on, you're gonna have an extra $665 in your pocket, Zed. Give me some money. But for real though, for real. Good for you, bud. That's incredible news. That is incredible news. I'm so happy that's happening for you, bud. Like everybody needs to have that kind of thing happen in their life. Just like everybody's rent, the rent is too damn high, right? The rent is too damn high. Everybody should experience lower rent. Everything should decline. Everything should go down. We should all have like rent should be that cheap. Like if my rent was $300, I would be laughing. I'd be clearing that rent already. I'd be already set, man. Like, I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't need to be worrying about building up a portfolio or a profile or working extra hard or doing any of that kind of stuff. I'd be set. Ah, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, bud. I do. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. Oh, what a blessing to me. That's so lovely. I mean, I can't complain. I got paid today, right? One of the audiobooks that I finished today was a pay up front kind of arrangement. I got paid today, which is nice. Oh, it was nice. Finally to like, part of the angst that I've been feeling about the audiobook readings is that it hasn't been paying out, right? It hasn't actually been paying out. And then today it actually paid out. It was just like, oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Like, thank you, baby Jesus. Let's make it happen. And that has inspired me now more to do more. That now I know that it's if I put it in, I can get out, right? If I put in the energy, I can get out energy. And now it's just do more, send more stuff around, audition more. And oh man, the audition process is so much nicer than it used to be, guys. The audition process for this sort of stuff used to be just teeth pulling. It's a big reason why I stopped. Because like to do like a single audition for like a single thing would take you a whole day, right? Like or like half a day. And so if you were lucky, you could like arrange like one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Because all these fucking boomers were like, yeah, we're gonna come on down and we'll see you and shake your hand and talk to you and you give us your CV and we'll have a little interview and all this kind of stuff. That's gone. That's gone. Now it's all literally like I'm sending you, I'm just gonna send you a file. Listen to my file. Yes, no. Just email. And so you can just send out a bunch of shit now, right? And then they ping you back and they're like, here's your script, read it. Right? And then you read it and they say, okay, this is what you need to change. And you just and it's like bang, bang, boom, boom, bing, boom, boom, boom. And it's so much nicer now. Like the audition process is so much nicer. So I gotta lean into it. I gotta really lean into it and just stop dilly-dallying. I feel like I'm just fucking around a little bit too much, you know? Because I'm getting in my own way. That's what it is. I'm just getting in my own way. I'm getting too, like, angsty about it. I'm getting too, like, about it. And I just got to get over it and just push through and just fucking do it. Right? Just fucking do it. And I'll probably see good results. One of the things that I've got to really accept about myself is that I have this voice and I have the ability to, like, cold read really well. You guys have seen me do it, right? I read these articles, right? And I think that puts me in high demand, right? I think people want me to read their stuff, and so I can say to them, pay me. Like, pay me to do it. And if you're not going to pay me, then I'm not going to do it. Yes, Daddy. Zed, that's so funny, bud. That's so funny, dude. Christian Freeland and her UCC bots must be working overtime to keep the blue and yellow flag intact. Yeah, no shit, eh? I think there's probably a bit of that. Like, the CIA has too much fucking money. Like, they got too much money. This is exactly the type of shit that they would do. And dude, what is 2B2T? What is that? I just imagine competing intelligence agencies and 12-year-olds kids. Bro, yes, that is exactly it. That's exactly it. You could make like a video about that where it's like the classic like sunglass wearing, suit wearing like CIA agents and we got to control this narrative. We got to make sure that everybody knows. And then it's like a bunch of like braces wearing like teenagers just being like, yeah, we're going to stick it to these guys. Working together with others to build something beautiful. Yeah, our place is like communism. And if you believe that what you are seeing is what it is actually happening, well, here's 2B2T. Like, I don't know what this is. If you believe that it is as pure as like one person can click and change the thing and and that there's like not the bot brigading and there isn't like the CIA behind it and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's purely democratic. right? That is what's fascinating about it. And absolutely, I definitely believe there's like bots and stuff. I think what we saw here was huge bots. This was a big bot moment for sure, for sure. And and the an infamous Minecraft anarchy non-political server, dude. Now we're doing it. 2B2T. What is? Dude, really? Where can I find, like, where can I see this? An aerial render of the spawn region. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. $2B2T. Oh, come on now. 2B2T. Sure. Oh, wait. Ugh. Filters. Creative Commons. Okay, this is like 4 months ago.
To the Minecraft. Today we have a pretty...
So it's just straight up, like, you can just come into this server and do what you want. Is basically what I'm understanding right now. And so I'm sure people do all kinds of ridiculous bullshit in this space. Dude, like, Minecraft should prove to everybody, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that if you just let people be alone, if you just leave them alone and let them exist in the world, they're gonna create a whole bunch of crazy bullshit. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, Ligandese. Oh yeah, okay. So just like no rules, like and do what you want. Yeah, I'm familiar with these sorts of places, and they always devolve into the most ridiculous bullshit. Like this this board is lovely, but the real truth is that if you leave these places alone, they do devolve into that kind of thing. Like there's one of these boards that's been active on the internet for years called Pixel Planet, and the Nazis took over. Right? Like, there are swastikas all over it. Like, huge swastikas that are just like the amount of area that's the same size as this entire board is a swastika over Germany, right? Like, so it's just like, sucks, but that's you know, Nazis have too much time on their hands, and they don't, and they gotta congregate wherever they can, right? This is an interesting moment. They were like building a Power Ranger right here, and it just got blown away. Apparently, fuck cars. Here you go. There's a sentiment I can get behind. Fucking cars. I am against cars. As just like as an idea. Like, they're fun to drive and all, but the fact that we've built our society around them is a bit much. A bit much, frankly. I hope you guys are having a good one out there, man. This is the faffiest show that I've ever done, for sure. But what can you do? That's the culture today, man. The culture today is faffy, right? Nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to report any news. There's nothing going on. I fix cars, not my fave, but cheaper than mechanics for sure. That's always the truth. And mechanics always have a way of finding a way to tack on extra costs and extra prices, right? That's how they roll. That's how they do. Ugh. It's absolutely the truth, though. Like, if you just leave people alone to actually create shit, they do. Like, look at this shit right here. Like, this is wild to think about, that somebody takes the time to actually make this thing, you know? And like, why? What exists within the human spirit that needs to be articulated in this way? Like, I think it's absolutely astounding and absolutely incredible. And like, if people were making this kind of shit out of Lego, everyone in the world would be like, "Oh wow, that's so incredible." But because it's in like a digital space, because it's in this abstraction, it's seen as less impressive or less meaningful, I guess. In Pennsylvania, they protect the car industry big time. I could only sell 3 cars per year, and I have to pay a mechanic $100 every year to inspect my vehicles. Yeah, we fetishize the automobile, especially in urban spaces, and forgot to include the human element in the spaces human lives. The worst thing that we have done, in my view, is that we have carved major corridors through residential spaces, like, and made it so that the spaces that people live, right, the spaces where people should be living and spending their lives, are just thoroughfares for cars to go through, you know. And I'm just like, I wish that we have had the intelligence or the foresight to understand that, like, mass transit would have been the better way to go about this. Like, mass transit absolutely would have been the better way to go about this. Like, creating more subway systems, creating more streetcars, creating more infrastructure to get people out of these cars so that people see cars as less necessary, right? Like, that's part of the abomination of all this climate change nonsense, right? Here in Toronto, the 401 is the number 1 traveled highway in North America, right? Like, and it's all people like commuting into Toronto to do jobs they hate and then commuting home, like spending literally 2 hours in their car every day. And it's pointless. It's beyond pointless. Like, it's we should absolutely be trying to build a society. Well, first of all, like, why are people needing to commute so much to get to any job in the first place? What's that about? That seems to be like a complete failure. That seems to be a complete like a complete organizational failure, right? One would assume that you would want a person to live close to where they work, or somehow structure it so that they can do their work from home. I think that's one of the positive things that have come from this COVID situation, is that it's become more understood that a lot of the work that we were doing could have been done from home. Like, I remember when I was working in cafes, people would come in all the time, right? And I would be like, "Hey, how you doing?" And they would say, "I just commuted an hour and a half to have a meeting that could have been an email." Right? It's like, and it happened all the time. And now more and more, I think people are starting to understand, like, we can do a lot of this with email. Like, we don't need to be like meeting each other and handshaking. It's a very like boomer mentality, that like, I got to meet this guy and shake his hand and make sure I'm settled and calm. Like, I'm like, no, you don't. Like, no, you don't. You genuinely do not need to meet this person. Like you really don't. My anarchist tendencies revolt against car inspections. I don't agree with the concept of cars either. I don't drive, never have. Motorcycles sure, but not cars. I mean, I'm from rural Manitoba, so like, if you don't have a car in rural Manitoba, you are stranded. Like, that's just the long and short of it, right? Like, if you don't have a vehicle, you're toast. But the swing on that is that there's not much by way of traffic, right? There's not that many of you, so like, it's not like how it is here in Ontario, where there's like 10 times the population, right? So cars are just like the hellscape that is the 401. Like, that simply doesn't exist in Manitoba. Like, it just is not the same at all. Yeah, public transport does not create profits, not directly. I mean, yeah, I think that's exactly it. Like, if you create mass transit, like, how do you benefit from that as the capitalist, right? Well, you don't. That's not the point. Suburban wastelands with no coffee shop, local bar, mom and pop business, drive to the big box. You can live next to your neighbor for years and never meet them. Yeah. The F is that about? Yeah. Everybody's on their own little island, right? If you can't own a car in the US, you might as well buy a gun and do the deed. Access versus convenience. You still want to travel. But like you were saying, we don't need vast spiderwebs of asphalt. Yeah. Like, this whole thing seems very dumb, what we've done. Like, and what it looks like what it looks like is, it looks like a society that never made a plan, right? That we all just like lived in a little fantasy world of like, oh, the freedom of the open road. Like, when you watch car commercials, like, are the car commercials showing you like a person stuck in traffic? Is that what they're showing you? No, never. Right? You never see a person stuck in traffic. You never see a person dealing with the reality of what it is to own a car. Right? You never actually see that. What is it? It's always like car going around corners in the wilderness, right? You're out in the woods. Like, that's not what people have cars for, really. Yeah, it was done to maximize profits, exactly. Get everybody hooked on the idea of owning a personal vehicle so you can sell them these little toys. And now they're doing the same thing with electric vehicles, right? Electric vehicles are the new iteration of it that will sell. We're about to have a big boom in our economy, because everybody's going to have to transition over to electric, and so it's going to be like a huge changeover, right? And instead of taking this opportunity and actually saying like, hey, where could we actually build like transit projects? Where could we actually like improve our critical infrastructure? Instead of actually even asking that question, we're literally just saying like, electric cars, that's the thing, right? It's how you know it's a grift, right? It's just a way to transfer more wealth into the hands of the billionaire class, right? Sell toys to the people who can afford to have the toys and abandon everybody who can't. Very, 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 very straightforward. You have to throw a transmission in your SUV this week? Gonna be fun. Sounds like it's fun, bud. Sounds like it's fun. Transmissions are always fun. My dad was an auto mechanic for his whole life. Owned an auto mechanic business. I helped him. I remember I helped him fix a transmission after I. What exactly happened there? I was driving. It was a standard stick, but it was weird. Like, the way the stick was different than what I was used to, and so I went to put the vehicle into I think it was fifth gear, but I ended up putting it in reverse while I was going, right? And it went, the vehicle went, popped out of gear. I looked down and was like, oh shit. So bent a couple of teeth. So my dad made me help him fix that. Yeah, that was good times. Hold the flashlight steady, John, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it was kind of like that. Yeah, it was kind of like that. And I remember I went, when I moved back to Manitoba, because I moved away from Manitoba for my degree and for all that kind of stuff. And when I moved back, Dad taught me quite a lot, actually, about engine repair and fixing things up. Had me grinding heads, grinding crankshafts, doing some leveling work, fitting pistons, that kind of thing. Worked with one of his men, Jake. What was that? It's oh, come on. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's everything you need to know about engines. Now that's how a combustion engine works, right? It sucks the air and gas into the piston valve. That the piston then shoots down and squeezes it all. Right? There's an ignition, so it explodes the piston back out. There's your bang, so the suck, the squeeze, the bang, and then it blows it all out, and then the process begins again, and it does that at a accelerated rate, and that's what creates the motion, right? Yeah, intake, compression, ignition, exhaust. Yeah, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's how I was taught. That the story of this man Jake and my dad, like my dad's auto mechanic, like it's as rural a story as you guys can find, right? Literally, my family were farmers that we emigrated to Manitoba to get that free land, right? That's why you emigrated to Manitoba, right? You immigrate to Manitoba to get during the period of time when they were giving out land, right? And by the time my grandfather gets his parcel of land, because it's like his grandfather came down and then like they separated it out and then it separated it out. So my grandpa ends up getting land that keeps getting hailed out. So he's actually a failing farmer, right? He's not making it happen. It's not working for him. And then someone, at some point along the line, someone abandons a tractor on his property. And there's just a junker, right? It's not really working. And so he's just like, fuck it. Maybe Grandpa gives him a couple of bucks for this broken down tractor, and the guy walks away from it. And so my grandpa starts to strip it, right? Starts to get parts off of it and starts selling parts, right? Which then he uses the money he makes from selling the parts to buy more junk. So he becomes a junker, right? And then from there, they start tinkering with it, right? They start finding repair manuals, right? That are just out in the world, right? And they start building a little repair shop for themselves. And this is in Holland, Manitoba, like rural Manitoba, right? And they decide that if they're actually going to make a go of it, that they got to move to the Trans-Canada Highway. So they moved to Portage la Prairie, Manitoba. Still rural Manitoba, but not like fucking rural Manitoba. And they actually build like a really strong business. They've got like 15 guys working for them at one point. This is all pre-NAFTA, right? So they're building this business. And it's booming because everybody's trading with everybody internally. Then NAFTA gets passed, and the whole thing falls apart because everybody's just shipping shit overseas, and nobody actually makes anything anymore. And so Dad becomes like a parts distributor because that's how he manages to survive. And then, and so Jake, what's fun? Jake's story is so fucking funny to me. Literally, Jake is like an 18-year-old kid fresh out of high school. And he just walks into my dad's shop and he says, I don't know anything about auto mechanics. I don't know anything, but I'll do any work you need me to do. And Dad initially is like, I don't know if I need you. I don't know if any of that kind of stuff. But Jake just looks at him and says, nope, I ain't leaving until you hire me. I'm a good man. I work hard. I'll learn anything you can teach me. And I'll do good work for you. And so, it's like the quintessential boomer story, right? Just like, I don't know anything. I'm fresh out of high school. Maybe I didn't even graduate from high school. I literally am walking into this business being like, I'll do anything you can do. And so dad just basically has him grind crankshafts for a year. Like literally just like show up, grind these crankshafts, and that's your whole job. Like that's all you're doing, right? Is you're just at the crankshaft machine, right? You set it to the degree you need to set it and then grind it, and that's all you do, right? All day long. And then from there he has a move. Yeah, he sure pulled those bootstraps up, right? But it does give, and this guy Jake sticks with dad until the end. Like literally, dad's shutting down the business, and he's only got one man on hire, and that man is Jake, right? So it's like it's that boomer narrative, right? But like it's the but it used to work, right? It did used to be that way, because at that period of time, like dad was just building up this business. He was just a small businessman, really, right? He wasn't like a major corporation that had monopolized the market. He hadn't streamlined the process, so he, instead of needing 1,000 men to do the job, he only needed 10, right? Like so why not hire this kid? Like, why not bring him in? Why not have him grind crankshafts? Why not do this kind of stuff? And what it meant is that there was opportunity for everybody, because the economy was actually growing, right? That things were actually growing, and you could afford to do this kind of stuff. You could afford to take a risk on a kid like this. You could afford to bring people in like this, right? Whereas with the passing of NAFTA, suddenly your labor market went from just like, you know, Canadian citizens, and in dad's case, literally people from Portage la Prairie, Manitoba, to competing with Chinese people and competing with India, right? You just can't do it. You just can't do it, right? And so it collapses everything. I watched it happen with my dad's business, right? That like to keep the thing afloat and to keep the thing going, he had to completely change everything and lay off his entire workforce. He laid off his entire workforce, right? It was a complete disaster for those men. It was a complete disaster for my dad, right? And that's like the story of Canada, that we've done everything we can to actually betray our citizens, and we keep voting for it. That's the thing that really blows me away now, is that we keep voting for it. We keep looking at the guys who are basically saying, my intention is to completely betray you, over and over again, and we keep voting for them. It's just astounding to me. It's just absolutely astounding. I got a half point on an engine test for the answer of why there's rings on the piston. I answered, because it's a Liberace fan. If the only reason you care about anonymity and free speech is because you want to be an annoying little shit on the internet, you don't deserve either of those two things. For sure, dude. For sure. Like, that's the truth. More and more as I get older, I sort of think, like, there was this idea in the early days of the internet that got pretty roundly rejected by people on the internet, which is that shouldn't the anonymity go away? Shouldn't we know who's saying what? Right? That if you say, like, if you're on a site and you want to engage with other people, shouldn't we know who you are? Right? And shouldn't there be some kind of verification so that we understand that you are this person and you are the person you say you are? And more as we see, like, the catfishing scams, more like a scam that keeps coming through. I have what is it, WhatsApp, right, on my phone, and I only have WhatsApp because at one point somebody wanted to communicate with WhatsApp, and I was just like, okay, sure. And now the scam that keeps coming through is, oh hey, are you Scott? we met at the bar, right? And then, of course, the scam is that I respond saying, "Oh, you got the wrong number," and then she starts striking you up, hoping that you're like a lonely old dude, right? And then it turns into a scam, right? Like, and the scams are like the Nigerian prince scam, right? Or the like, oh, we should meet up, but I just need a little bit of money to whatever, blah blah blah, right? Like it's and these sort of catfishing scams and these sorts of things. Well, if there was a verification process, and the only way that you could communicate with other people is if your identity was verified from the outset through a third-party verification process, it would sort of alleviate that and solve a lot of problems, I think, and also probably solve a lot of this shittiness on the internet, this anonymity thing, right? That you can act like a real piece of garbage because there's no consequences, right? And nobody knows that it was you that did it. And as I'm getting older, I sort of am starting to be like, is this like, that's not actually free speech. Like, it's not actually freedom to like, your anonymity is not guaranteed on the internet. Like, the internet's a public space, right? And it isn't a violation of free speech rights to insist that we know who's talking, right? In fact, I would make the argument that it is securing free speech rights, because we have the right to know who's talking to us, and we have the right. Like, how many times have I like had a conversation with somebody online and then like kind of realized that I'm talking to like a kid, right? I mean, like, how many of these people online are kids? Like, how much of this internet culture that we're all investing so much time and energy into, how much of this is just fucking kids? Like, how many times how much energy do we waste trying to communicate with people who might literally be children, right? And I just feel like removing the anonymity aspect of it might be a beneficial thing for our society generally, right? Because, like, I'm not against the idea that certain spaces are reserved for people of a certain age, right? We already do that, right? And I'm not against the idea of like, and it might smooth a lot of communications. It might smooth things out a lot more for us as a people, right? Like, if I'm on the internet and I'm talking to somebody and then some fucking 8-year-old is talking to me and talking shit and being an asshole, I can just kind of be like, whatever, dude, you're 8. You know? Like, right? But that doesn't happen, right? Some asshole on the internet starts chirping at us and we get all like, about it, and then I'm going to write a thesis or any of this kind of stuff because, you know, you don't know. And the thing that happens with the internet, because of the nature of it, right, is that you read what they write in your voice and you impose your own feelings and your own projections upon the things that they write, because you have no other basis. You don't know anything else about them. You don't even know their name, right? Like, and so your mind immediately reads what they wrote in your voice. And of course, what your mind does every single time is go like this and makes it sound like this so that they're mocking you, when they might not be. I remember I learned that in the early days of the internet, where I would be like just writing something, right? I'd just be like writing something, well, these are my feelings and this is what I think. I'm worried about this, or, I think I'm concerned that you might be looking at it this way, right? And then the other person would respond in a manner that made it quite apparent that instead of them hearing me say, like, instead of it being like, so for example, what Harry wrote here, right? Instead of it being like, well, I guess the reality is it doesn't matter who we vote for. All political parties have been appropriated by the elite to proceed with the process of extortion and abandonment. We are dead peasants, right? So instead of hearing it that way, they would hear, I guess the reality is it doesn't matter who we vote for. right? With like there's like a condescending, mocking tone that we sort of put on people all of the time, right? Yeah, go to town, Ligandies. Make it happen, bud. Make it happen. Amazing. And so I am more or less in favor of the removal of the anonymity of the internet. I don't like. I think that was always a byproduct, and the only part about being anonymous on the internet that makes any sense is if you want to be a total scumbag, right? And like, it made sense initially, I think, because there were certain cultural taboos that I feel have broken down a little bit. Like, nobody gives a shit if you look at porn anymore, right? Straight up. Like, but that wasn't always the case. That if you were like a politician or something, and it was discovered that you went to like a strip joint, or you were looking at dirty magazines, like this could be a point of contention that would be used against you. Whereas now, if somebody like Justin Trudeau, if I found out that like Justin Trudeau went to like a strip joint, or that like Justin Trudeau fucking had like girly mags or something, I'd be like, that kind of makes him a human. Like, oh, okay. Well, look at him. He's just like fucking literally everybody else in the world, right? Like so that cultural the internet has blown that cultural taboo apart, right? Like it's just if I ever encountered anybody who thought less of somebody because they looked at porn, I'd be like, what's fucking wrong with you? Like, what? Get the fuck out of here with that. Like, that sounds stupid as shit. Like, oh no, how dare people enjoy sex? Oh no. Like, I can't imagine a less defensible position. Like literally, how do you defend this position? Right? Like, I am born with the biological impulse to be attracted to members of the opposite sex. And some people are born to be attracted to members of the same sex. But that attraction is not a choice. It's completely innate. It's built in, right? And sure, we can have a conversation about respect. And sure, we can have a conversation about like treating members of the sex that you're attracted to with decency, not to objectify them and denigrate them and all of that kind of stuff. Absolutely. But while we're doing that, can we also acknowledge that enjoying sex and looking at sexual imagery doesn't make you a pervert? Right? Like this is easily one of the most self-destructive aspects of our society that the internet definitely blew apart. That like the idea that if you look at a woman's breasts and enjoy them, you're a pervert. Shut the fuck up. Like like that's like low level, like that you're that's like below kindergarten shit. Like that is childish. I hate it. It's the worst part about our society. Like, we are sexual creatures. If the society does not have sex, we die. Like, the society dies off. We need it. It is a requirement for the survival of the species. It's actually one of the only requirements for the evolutionary process to actually occur, is reproduction. But if you enjoy it, you're a pervert, right? You're supposed to like put on a blindfold and cut a hole in a sheet, right? That's how you're supposed to fucking go along with it, dude. Like, it's so weird. It's just so fucking weird. And like, and the internet has blown up parts of it, right? The social acceptability of it is just definitely blown apart. But now we're struggling with the issues of consent and respect, which I think is more closely tied to capitalism than it is to what humans desire, right? That we treat our desires as commodities. So there's a commodification and a commodification culture. And then there's also the aspect of sexuality in, like there's sex workers, right? So there's like a prostitution element that comes into it because of the capitalization of even our most basic and rudimentary processes, right? But everything is a commodity. We are commodified completely. This is fucking beautiful, by the way. If you're not looking at the screen right now, this is what he's walking by right now. This bridge, absolutely stunning. Hopefully he turns and does the another look out onto the water. That was really, really beautiful. That was really, really beautiful. Oh, a rainbow thing is covering part of the Ukrainian flag. Here we go. See? Changes. Changes. Here you go. We all knew this day would come. It's coming, man. It's happening. I'm surprised at how long it took, but you know what it is? It's the kids are coming home. Yeah, the Europeans, right? The Europeans are coming home. What time is it in Europe right now? What's the time zone? What time is it in England? No. Where am I in the world if it is 5 p.m.? No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm confused. Current local times around the world. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you're still in North America, right? Yeah, of course. Well, I'm an idiot. Yeah. So like Las Vegas, it's like 6. So like, dude, I live for this kind of shit. This is awesome. So like, if you're like Las Vegas, yeah, so you should be on the West Coast, right? Yeah. So it's all like the West Coast kids, like Alberta, British Columbia, right? Like these kids are all like 7 p.m. Yeah, perfect. So like all of these kids are coming home and they're ending up at school and they're like finished with dinner, and so they're going on the internet. They're seeing that this thing happened, and so now all these kids are jumping on and being like, well, what? This is just a waste of space. We could do whatever we want. And they are. They're going to do it. And look, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. That's exactly what this fucking board has been missing, guys. That's exactly... I've been looking at this board the whole time, and I've been like, you know what this board doesn't have nearly enough of? My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Here we go. Thank you, Gen Z. Thank you. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, dude. Let's go. Okay, the Taiwanese heart above the Ukraine flag. Oh boy, bud. You gotta help me out. Here's the worst admission. Flag of Taiwan. I'm sorry. Oh, I knew this too. I knew that one. Okay. Where are we at? Dude, where are we at? Where are we at? It's red. It's red with a blue thing. That's not it, is it? No. There it is. That's it right there. Next to the rainbow. Taste. So what are we doing? What are we changing this to, bud? Let's go. I'm in. What we could literally just fill in the blue. We could just fill... Adam, how dare you, sir? How dare you? I trusted you, Adam. I trusted you, bro. Yeah, change it to red. It's the fastest. I agree. Let's go, Brandon. Boom. Done. Right? Well, that's, I don't know. Exterminate the Xenos. It's creepy. Kitty. You don't see your progress? Here, let's refresh it. Let's see what happens. My somebody must have come in and fucking immediately. Jastin, you dickhead. No, they're watching it, dude. They're watching it. You see how quickly? You see how quickly? They're watching it. They're looking at this. They're being like, no, people are messing with it. No. That puts a lot of credence on the idea that this is that these are bots, right? That these are bots that are keeping control of it, and they probably loosened up the bots for the. Oh, that's nice actually. Look at that. Somebody's like little flowers. That's actually really. Oh, look. That's actually really sweet. You know, we're like looking at little flowers growing here, guys. Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, I actually think that's really sweet. That they're using the yellow as like a little, as if it's a ground, and they're putting little flowers in. Oh, look, that's just so nice. That's so nice. Oh, I hope they put a little sun, like right over here. No, maybe over here, right? Maybe they could build like a nice tree, right? Oh, we're over time, so I can do anything I want now. Even though I've been doing anything I want for this whole stream. What a wank of a stream this one was, guys. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. I promise they're not all going to be like this. Flowers for Algernon. Oh, yes. Oh, that's very sweet. I just kind of want to sit here and watch this. Look at this. They're putting together like a little garden. Little red, giving it a little color, right? I hope more and more people see this and are like, oh, like, and given the like pro-Ukrainian narrative, right? I feel like people are seeing, okay, this is starting to fall apart, right? This is starting to fall apart. We see it coming, right? It's so we might as well try to plant something beautiful, have something beautiful emerge from this wreckage that is coming, right? I think that's really nice. They're putting a little line down here, so this is probably going to turn into another flag, I bet. Right? They're gonna claim this territory over here, like what happened with Germany over here, right? Right? Oh, you can see the German flag here getting taken over. Technoblades never dies. Nice. That's hilarious, dude. Oh. USA. Yeah, we knew it. Like, they weren't going to let that stand. They weren't going to be like, yeah, that's fine. Pepe Frogface now. That's fine. Nah. No, bro. What the fuck is happening here, though? This is creepy as shit. Look at how creepy this is. I hope this turns into something really wild and creepy. What's always really cool to see about these is that eventually certain things, it's just understood that they're there, right? Like you get a little bit of trolling and a little bit of that kind of thing, but like that, and it's always the case with the Triforce. It's always the case with the Triforce is that people will eventually like make stuff and all this kind of stuff and integrate it around the Triforce, and the Triforce will have prominence. And so a picture like this, very much like what happened here with this drawing, where she became like a part of this line that comes from this, right? So it's like this, like, and and up it comes, and then she's part of it, and now this is actually the flagpole for this flag, right? So it's actually like a lovely sort of integration, right? That's when these things become the most interesting to me. When someone takes a look at what someone else has done and thinks, oh, I can use that to do this, and then somebody else comes along and is like, oh, that means that I can do this, and so it's like a building, and there's like an integrative process. That those moments are always the most interesting in these sort of collages. And I mean the wiping away is also very interesting too. The destruction that can come is always very interesting, and it's always very interesting to see what lives and what dies. Right? I am convinced the blue corner is gone. The blue corner is not going to make it through the night. Although, I mean, you could see like the concession, right? They're starting to concede territory here, right? They're kind of like, okay, this is still technically blue, I suppose, right? Because they don't have the manpower to keep it up. All it would take is one push. USA is an infestation that you hope spraying for will eliminate it, and then you find is too entrenched. Yeah, you just got to burn the place down, dude. Like, that's all. That's all. We saw them try to take it out, and nope. USA. Look at what's happening to poor Canada. Fucking Canada, man. It's just like a splotch. It's just like a blah. You get it, Canada. Blah. I love it, man. I do. I really actually do. I know I've wasted a lot of time on this stream on this particular board, but I don't care at all. Like, I really do think there's something lovely about it. Like, even when it sucks, even when it's people being total dickheads and total assholes, I still think there's something really interesting and cool and lovely and weird and eclectic and interesting about it. Like, from the Ukrainian flag, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, you can see, look, they're fighting against it. They're trying to clear it out. They're trying to get rid of it. You can see it, right? They're like, no, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic shall not overtake the Ukrainian flag. And the My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic crowd is like, yes, it will. Yes, it will. Who is more determined? The Ukrainian nationalists or the My Little Pony stans? I gotta tell you guys, I think it's the My Little Pony stans, straight up. Like, who's more powerful? My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, dude. Those guys are dedicated to the cause. Like, they're in straight up no fuck around territory. But I worry they're fighting against bots. Like, this whole thing here. This whole thing here always, like, critical support for bronies. Exactly, dude. Exactly. But here is my deepest, darkest admission to you guys. I have seen all of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. All of it. And I gotta tell you, I understand why people love this shit. Like, I myself am not a brony. I refuse to go to that level. I'm not going to show up at the conventions. I'm not going to wear the outfits or anything like that. But I got to tell you, good stories, well told, high magic, kick-ass action sequences, strong characters, right? Like, every episode was like a character world-building episode. I completely understand why people love this show. It makes all the sense in the world to me, right? And it also makes sense why it's standing the test of time. Why it doesn't seem to be shaking out of the culture, right? And how did you help Ukraine during the 22 war? I was on our space making sure the yellow and blue wouldn't falter. Oh. How did you help Ukraine during the 22 war? Well, I was on our place making sure the yellow and blue wouldn't falter. We had a tough moment with the My Little Pony crowd. The bronies were strong, but we were stronger. Pushed back against them. Look at this. This is real. This is happening. Oh man, I think the Ukrainian nationalists might win this one, guys. This is a real throwdown. This is a real fight. They're straight up. They're serious. They're like, no, we are not going to lose to My Little Pony. Friendship is not magic. Ukraine is magic. This is a bit of a losing battle, of course. Although they're fighting over here too. You can see them, right? Look, like in they come, out they come, in they come, out they come, right? You can see that the My Little Pony crowd has an idea, right? Like they wanted to have this come up here, right? And they were doing something else they are doing something else over here, like a dark line here. And they're going to merge those two. And then this is going to turn into a figure, right? Probably oh, I forget her name. They're one of the My Little Pony women is like a dark horse, right? So there's like a dark horse. And so they're probably doing like the rainbow horse, and they're going to do the dark horse. I forget all their names. Oh, fuck Putin coming in. Fuck Putin coming in. Right? So this is all... look, here they come. Twilight Sparkle, thank you, grinning guys. Thank you. Dude, this is great. This is true entertainment right here. Are you kidding me? This is like some of the best entertainment I've seen in a fucking long time. Just the idea that there's like... How many people do you think are here? Right? Like, how many people are here? So, like, look, every single one of these times that it hits, it's 5 minutes. Right? And probably bots. Like, there's probably, like, just, like, one guy with 20 accounts, right? Like, there's probably, that's probably a real thing that's part of it, for sure. But let's pretend like it isn't, for fun. Right? Look at this. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Like, this is a lot. And it's the same story over here. Look at this. Right? They're not giving up. They're not giving up. And in the meantime, the garden spreads. What are they building here? Are they going to build a nice little house? What are they building here? Oh, is it going to be like a tombstone, do you think? What is this going to be? Oh, it's going down into here, though. I am very curious, guys. I know the show is long over, right? This is the faffiest of the faffy shit. Like, why am I even recording this shit? Save trafficked women in China. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, here you go. Fuck the CCP, right? This is my duty. My booty. Yeah. Is yellow and blue a joke? Clown for president? So, yeah. My favorite, Zelensky said recently that he wants to ban the letter Z. And, the response from the international community literally has been like, isn't your name Zelensky? Like, Zelensky? So now a bunch of people are starting to call him Olensky. I think that's great. I place a few... I know, why? Why are you doing... Why are you engaging in this, right? You want to be part of it. You're part of the cultural phenomenon, Major. You're part of the cultural phenomenon. The only thing I'm willing to really get invested in at all is this. Like, just like, I do want this to form up. You know, but look at it. Look at this fucking disaster. Just like, it's literally just like vomit. Like, what? I don't think this flag is going to make it, guys. I don't think it's going to make it. Like, it's turning into something else, dude. Like, it's... Can't Canada, man. Fucking Canada. We just cannot get our shit together. But I feel like this is exactly Canada, right? That like we're trying, we have no idea what we're doing. Right? Like we're just like no plan, no execution, but goddamn if we're not spunky. Like this is a fucking disaster, dude. Like, and again, in defense, a maple leaf is tough. Like that's a tough one. Like that's tricky, right? That's tricky. Extra tricky given that there's obviously like trolling going on too. It's not like the American flag where it's just like a bars. You can just make some X's for the stars. That's hilarious, bro. Dude, I'm gonna be looking at this all night. I'm gonna like go off and play some Elden Ring or something and then come back. Yeah, I might just go to bed after this though. I'm pretty tired. I've been like waking up at 4 a.m. for like no fucking reason at all. I can't even begin to express why I'm doing that. But why am I looking at this? Like, why do I give a shit about this? I don't know. What is life? What are we even here for? The flowers, man, they're just going. You know what I'm really enjoying about the flowers? Is that it seems like everybody, and this is part of the beauty of this kind of mass canvas experiment, and is that somebody and some group or has decided they want to plant flowers, and everybody has looked at it and been like, yeah. The disaster of this Canadian flag is that Indigenous people are taking their land back. Here you go. Fight back. Fight. What'd be hilarious is if the flag actually managed to come up. Like, everybody goes to bed. We wake up tomorrow, have a look at it, and it's perfect. That'd be the best part. Or the most hilarious, anyway. I don't know, dude. I think the nationalists are in trouble. I think the bronies are hot to trot. Like the flag must fall, right? Like it's not going to last much longer, right? Like there's too much energy. There's too much ground lost already. Like this is turning into just like an absolute hodgepodge of nightmare nonsense. Like this is lost. This whole section here is already lost. I feel like they drew the line here. And the nationalists must just be like, all right, line drawn, that's ceded territory. This is gone. And then this guy over here with the fuck Putin stuff, they're like, well, yeah, fuck Putin. Yeah, okay. So this is lost territory too. Because we all know what happens to this kind of stuff, right? These guys move in. Are they still moving in? Yeah, they're moving in. The flowers are daffodils. They bloom this time of year. I worked on a flower farm 20 years ago. You got 15 cents for a bundle of 10. Harry, that's just beautiful, dude. Like what you just said there. Absolutely. Oh, good. We got Nazi slogans showing up. That's nice. Well, hopefully the Nazi slogan doesn't last much longer. In fact, I'll do my part to get rid of the Nazi slogan. Thank you very much. Like, boy, does that ever drive me crazy, dude. That people pretend like that's not a Nazi slogan. I remember Adam something was complaining that he had lined up some debates with some higher profile communist types, and he was complaining that they dropped out on him. And so I just thought to myself, like, wow, why don't I extend and just say, like, I had just hit 1,000 subscribers, and I thought, like, probably not. Like, it's probably not going to happen, but why don't I just try and extend? and he responded, and he wasn't mean, like, but he ended the email by saying, Slava Ukraine. And so I responded with, oh, I understand, like, I'm a smaller channel, you don't necessarily want to spend your time on that, like, that makes total sense. Maybe don't end your emails with a Nazi slogan. And he responded with, and I think the exact quote was, why are Westerners always retarded? To which I said, with responses like that, it's small wonder that no one wants to talk to you. These are difficult conversations. You don't seem up to the task. Like, this actually really does bother me. Like, I understand the Ukrainian flag. Makes all the sense in the world, the Ukrainian flag, if you ask me. I like, there's a lot of, like, pro-Ukrainia, pro that kind of stuff going on. And also, like, it's not the only nationalist flag on this thing, right? And the Germans did a very similar thing down here, right? They ceded a lot of territory very quickly, as you can see. But, you know, I think it's and I've seen these sorts of things a lot. So to me, it's completely normal that this sort of nationalist expression would occur on this kind of thing. It's completely rational. This is a fucking Nazi slogan. Like, I'm definitely not okay with it. Like, and I'm not okay with our culture normalizing Slava Ukraine. Like, I'm really, really not okay with it. Like, it is not cool to have Nazi slogans in the society at all. Amgus and MLP will win? I don't know what that's in reference to, bud. Sorry. Looks like My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, man. They're keeping it up. They're keeping it up. This isn't Twilight Sparkle. No, this isn't Twilight Sparkle. This is Rainbow Dash. That's right. Yeah, this is Rainbow Dash. Yeah, I remember now. That Twilight Sparkle, yeah, like Twilight Sparkle. I can't believe I'm fucking looking up Twilight Sparkle. Yeah, that's Twilight Sparkle. Yeah, Rainbow Dash. Yeah, Rainbow Dash. That's her. I'm gonna lose like all my subscribers over this. They're gonna be like, uh-oh, John's a brony. No. I just got fascinated by I watched a documentary about the bronies. And I actually found the bronies to like, some of them were very sad. Right? But not scary sad. Not like incel like scary sad, right? Like they were just like lonely young men, right? And then I found some of them to be quite lovely. And then they would talk about the show and I would be like, "Oh, they actually sound like very is John a furry? No. Fucking no, absolutely not. Jesus Christ, a furry. The furries are wild, dude. Like the whole like doing it in the suit thing. Like, if that's your thing, that's your thing, and I'm not gonna say shit. I'm gonna let you do that. And I'm not gonna lie. If an attractive woman was like, I want you to put this suit on, I'd be like, all right, let's go. I'm accommodating. I'm a fucking gentleman, sir. I'm a gentleman. And if that's what's going to help a lady, I'm going to help that lady, right? But it's not my jam. It's not what I do. DM, always a pleasure, bud. Go have a good one. Yeah, enjoy that burrito and a beer, bud. Yeah, what a blessing. What a great thing. What a blessing today feels like it has been, right? I feel like everybody's got a good story. Everybody's got a lovely thing to share, a lovely thing to say, a lovely thing to do. Today's been a real blessing for everybody. It's good to break up your show and have a lighthearted episode. Yeah, we struggle all the time with the state of our existence. Why not have some lighthearted banter? Thank you, Harry, buddy. That's absolutely the truth, isn't it? It feels like it's what everybody needed today, honestly. Like we had this whole thing. It's all anybody wanted to talk about. Like when I went onto social media, when I was looking around, when I was looking at the news stories and all that kind of stuff, sure, there was like the usual stuff. But this is really what everybody wanted to talk about. And it's also April Fool's. It's Friday. So I guess, if the culture wants to fuck around, that's the nature of this show. That we are a commentary show on the culture, and guess what the culture is right now? You're looking at it. You're looking at it. Everybody is looking at this right now. Look at this creepy shit right here, dude. What the fuck is this even? It's creepy, like, demon just manifesting itself. Ugh. Ugh. I appreciate you too, Harry. Thank you. It's difficult to find Canadian leftist content. Cheers. To you as well, Harry. To you as well. I'm just like mesmerized by this. I don't even care if all you guys leave. I'm just going to keep looking at this, I think. Like... Get out of here, Slava Ukraine. You fucking piece of God. You just absolutely get fucked. Get completely fucked. Goddamn Nazi slogan. Yeah, they're building a little church, you guys. They're building a little church. Look at it. Right? I'm going to build a lovely little church. It's going to be with the flowers. Isn't it? That's really sweet. This is turning into something really sweet. And like this is like a tree. This is nice. This is nice. This is like turning into like all of these figures are like people like existing in like subscribe to John's 24-hour Our Place stream. Dude, wouldn't that be hilarious? That this stream like shifts into like political commentary, but also like updates about Our Place, right? I don't know. I feel like it's I've said it 100 times already tonight, but it's absolutely the truth. It's like the collective collaboration, right? That if people want to do stuff, then it happens. The blue corner, man. The blue corner, it's fallen. It's fallen. They're getting in there. They're getting it. It's fascinating. I find it to be absolutely fascinating. It's because it takes on its own consciousness, right? It is its own consciousness, but it's like a collective consciousness, and it's a manifestation of that consciousness, right? And when things get destroyed within this collective consciousness, because of the nature of how it works, they got it. Because of the nature of how it works, where it's like things get forgotten. That's how it actually works. That things stick around, and they can just stick around like something like this will stick around because it's just there. But then something can come and cover it over, and it's just like the consciousness of the people have forgotten it, right? So in that way, it's like a memory that we're all building, and things can be remembered and enjoyed. Things can be fought over, right? There can be fights, and then things can be lost and forgotten. And it's interesting to see what gets lost, and it's interesting to see what is permitted, right? You see, like, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. The Ukrainians are like, fuck that. We are not going to get painted over by My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. But the flowers are perfectly acceptable, right? The little church that they're building here is perfectly acceptable, right? Yeah, kind of lovely in a way, right? It's interesting to see, like, and like this moment here was very interesting, where the American flag gets destroyed and then rebuilt, right? Really speaks to the American spirit. These guys are hilarious, bro. Like, these guys are hilarious. And the fact that they're showing up in other places is extra hilarious. Oh, and the Ukrainians are not happy about that. The Ukrainians are not happy about that. They're like, no, this is an infestation. This we saw what happened down here. We saw what happened down here. Look, they're even taking over the big one. This was a big one that they had, and they're even taking over that one. What's AMGUS, dude? You've said that before. What are you talking about? Here, AMGUS. I'm gonna look it up. What is AMGUS? What is AMGUS? No, they're like Angus beef. Beef versus Angus. Angus beef. You want some Angus beef? Angus beef. Oh, Among Us. Among Us. That's what you're saying. Yeah, of course that's what you're saying. Yeah, the Among Us dudes. Yeah. Like, this is an infestation, dude. Like, and you just know that the people who are into this, the people who are doing the Among Us thing and are, like, doing this, that they are of the opinion that this whole board should become this. That they really are just like, and then we'll encroach into this territory. We'll take over the banano, right? This will also become Among Us. We'll push in over this way, right? They're absolutely of that mind, where they're just looking at each other, being like, yes, and all shall be among us. Although the people who are trying to do this big thing here, they seem dedicated to this cause, right? This obvious. There's like factions. That's the best. There's factions. There's like a factionalization. I think that it's really cool that like this here has been more or less left alone. Like a little bit of trolling here and there, but like more or less left alone. The shading on this is actually very impressive. Like when you look at it from a distance, it looks very good, and the shading is what really gets me, right? Ah, get the fuck out of here. Bullshit. So the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic face losing territory here, but gaining a lot of territory with the rainbow itself. So like they're like but now they're rebuilding. Look at this shit. What are they building now, I wonder? Doesn't look like it's going to be Rainbow Dash this time. You found it? You found it? Good stuff, bud. Yeah, I'm yet to find a Russian flag or a Chinese flag, of course. Oh, what are they doing? Now they're spelling stuff. What are they making? Guys, I'm fascinated by this. I'm absolutely mesmerized. Like, what a world we live in. What a strange and unusual place. And like just stupid stuff. Like Genshi ta. So it's Gen shit. Perfect. Just the perfect dunk. And they're messing with this guy. The Among Us guys sticking around. Right? The infestation continuing. All shall be among us. Everything will be among us. And like, as this continues, these little guys are gonna just like be tucked into all kinds of little places, right? There's one right there, right? Like they're gonna tuck these guys in everywhere. Hey, there's Link. Mario. Perfect. Link and Mario always make the cut, dude. They always make the cut. Serbia. This is pretty cool. Like this is probably my favorite piece in the whole thing. Just because it's so well done. Like, she looks like she's straight out of it. Like, just straight lifted right out of it. And I love that they decided to send her needle into the flag. Doesn't look like the Turkey people are pleased about that, though. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I think that's okay. If you ask me, actually, if I'm the Turkey people, like if I'm the flag here, and I see this happening, I kind of want to let that happen because it's a small encroachment. Sure, it's a small extension of her image, but it solidifies their presence more, if you ask me. That I wouldn't fight against this, right? I'd very much be like, no, let's accommodate just this little encroachment, right? Allow that to happen, because then it's going to allow the flag itself to become a more entrenched feature in the piece overall, right? That's how I would think about it. But people can be purists about these sorts of things. Look at the Canadian flag, guys. Just not even close, bud. Not even trying anymore. Oh man, they've ceded territory. Look, this whole thing up here was part of the flag at one point, and they've just ceded this territory. So are they forming this up into a word now? Maybe they decided that the dimensions were what was messing it up. Maybe they decided that it was like, no, it's too long, and that's what's causing the problems. So if we make it shorter and stouter, then we'll be able to actually form up the flag more properly. It kind of does look like that's what they're doing. Wow, this is happening really fast. Right? Like maybe they stepped back, had a discussion about it. Yeah, they're putting in Our Canada. That's what they're going to do. They're going to go Our Canada, and then that this is now actually the proper dimensions to achieve what they want. That looks like what's happening. Dude, I got to tell you, I don't even care if you guys think that this is lame. I love this. I absolutely adore this. All right. Fuck you, you fucking Get the fuck right out of here. Fucking Slava Ukraine. Get completely fucked. Fuck you. Drives me crazy that that's becoming normal. Drives me absolutely fucking up the wall. Slava Ukraine. Go fuck yourself. For sure, right? Like, I'm not wrong. They're going Our Canada. Right? It's going to be a little off-center, which is going to drive the OCD people absolutely nuts, but that's what it is. And then the leaf itself looks like it's just going to be smaller, but that's going to let it be actually in proper dimensions. Because maybe that was the problem that they were having, is that it was too long. Right? We'll see. Among Us character in the A in Slava Ukraine. Are you saying I should put one? Oh. That's funny, dude. This is so funny, dude. They're an infestation. They're just an infestation. I love them. I love them so much, dude. I'm such a huge fan. Whoever is committing to this bit, like like that's so pure. There's just a purity to it, right? Because it's like it's non-political. It's just straight up like, no, we're an infestation. We are here to claim territory for the glory of Among Us. That's it. Like, that's all. Like, we're not, we have no agenda except to spread ourselves. Like, we're the Borg, for fuck's sake. And you're like, I feel like you can really respect that, you know? Yeah, you should be afraid of the Borg, but you respect the position of the Borg. They're not lying about what it is they're doing. They're very much like, prepare to be assimilated, resistance is futile. And you're just like, oh, okay, better fight that. And they're like, yeah, you can fight if you want, but if you haven't heard, resistance is futile. So, hey, Tintin. Isn't that nice? Tintin makes the cut. Papa Smurf smoking a doob. It's interesting that the One Piece thing has maintained itself. Eric, you're probably gone by now, but Eric, a big One Piece fan. How many people are watching me do this right now? 6. Yeah, that's about right. Oops. And I'm blessed that you guys are here. Honestly, I'm blessed that you guys are here. Wow, look at this. Look what they've done here. Really, I love this colorful shit where it's just like a random assortment of nonsense. Like little race cars, trees, there's like a beehive, right? Flowers throughout. Speaking of flowers, let's take a look. How's this going? What is this going to turn into? I'm so curious about this, dude. It's the reason why I'm still here is to see what this is, right? And I want to see what it is because I'm worried that it's going to form and then be destroyed. I have 20 people over. We're hanging on your every word. Brilliant, Adam. Brilliant. Hello, all of those other people that I'm absolutely sure are there. The RuneScape connection lost message. So more than 6. Fantastic. Fantastic. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Hit the support. Hit the support button. Give me some money. And be sure to tell everybody you know that I exist. This is the high quality content that I deliver, guys. The high quality content, you can't get it anywhere else, is the cultural analysis that comes from looking at our place on Reddit. I absolutely love this, dude. I'm so fascinated by this. What the fuck is that? It's like a potato? Oh, here we go. Fuck you, Ukraine. You fucking Slava Ukraine piece of shit. Get the fuck out of you, piece of garbage. Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it. Alright. Doing my part. Well, they're encroaching down into this territory now. They're picking big fights. Like, going out. Is that the Italians? I mean, it's got to be. It's the pizza, right? Come on, John. My flag knowledge, dude. Like, yeah. My flag knowledge used to be way better. Way better. It's definitely falling to the wayside. I gotta spruce it up. Wow, Iran is actually allowed on here. I mean, doesn't look like there's much by way of. Although, who knows? Like, who knows what the level of censorship is? Oh, America, trying to take over territory. That's the South. That's the South right there. Trying to push in, trying to cleanse the land, right? As they do. This is actually looking like it could form up, right? Like, this is actually looking like they can figure this shit out. Right? The smaller flag, like, they've got it's got the right shape to it this time. Right? Like, it seems like it's got a nice, like, this is looking a lot better. This is looking a lot better. Oh yeah, dude, you'll notice, right? Like, absolutely no communists allowed, right? If you tried to put a communist symbol on here, it'll get wiped out right away. Right away, for sure. One of the things that I'm actually trying to that I'm thinking about is, like, wait for them to actually form the flag up, right? Wait for them to actually get this here, and then put the hammer and sickle on it, right? The way that my symbol is, right? Huh? Patience. That's the communist way. Patience. Let them do all the work. Let them finagle with this shit, right? I'm over here fighting Nazis, right? Like, they can deal with building the nuts and bolts of this. Looks like they're struggling, guys. Like, looks like they're struggling. Like, this is just like a bunch of monkeys throwing shit into the wind. Like, they just can't get their shit together. And there can't be that much by way of trolling, right? Like, it looks like there's a good amount of activity here. But there's definitely trolling happening. You can see it. Although, it's not really trolling. I think that they saw that it was going to be off-center, and so they broke it apart, and they're trying to make sure that this is centered, is what they're trying to do. Right? Like, that they had started it up over here, and it was off. Yeah, that's for sure what's going on there. Dude, this is like, look at it. It's just, like, so amorphous and shifting and changing. Like, and there's trolls involved, and there's good, well-meaning people involved. And yet you can still see that it's like, it is actually forming up, right? And the only reason why it's not really forming up is because the shape itself is actually very difficult. And so they're trying to figure out how to put it together while simultaneously dealing with all the trolling. Look at all the trolling that's happening here. Like, and yet they're fighting, right? They're fighting. They want it to happen. The people who are invested in this project, all they want is for it to form up once, so that they can just take a picture of it and know that they did it, that they fucking did it, that they formed it up, right? It just doesn't look like the trolls are letting them do it, right? How's this going? Hey. So the My Little Pony crowd defeated, right? Straight up. My Little Pony defeated, right? They've conceded the ground. It's not, maybe it can come back. You can see a little blue here. Maybe Rainbow Dash will reemerge. Like, maybe this is a Trojan horse, right? They're like, maybe they'll let, like, Michael Jackson in. Right? Michael Jackson can be here, can't he? Right? And then we'll change Michael Jackson to, like, Rainbow Dash in a swift hurry. Get this fucking, just absolute fucking. Oh, no, somebody beat me to that one. Fucking Slava Ukraine, fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of here. But look at this. If these guys can make a dragon. Like, look at how detailed that actually is. If those guys can make a dragon, we can't fucking get a leaf. We can't get a fucking leaf. Come on, Canada. Come on. This is Western civilization in 2022 in one picture. Yeah, it does have that sort of feel to it, doesn't it? Like, that's another thing that I really like about these sorts of collages and these sorts of things, is that they really are like an expression of the moment of the time. Like, this is 2022, right? This is it, right here. Which Slava letter will we hit next? I'm always just gonna cut that A out, man. Just cut that A right out. Hit the A's, right? Blow up this spot right here, right? Make it so that make it so that this is an incomprehensible jumble, right? That it's just a series of dots, just worthless dots. Fuck this shit right here. Like, I think people should be banned over this shit. Like, fuck you. It's a Nazi slogan, right? Like, get completely banned. Well, this crowd seems to be staying somewhat in place. What is this gonna be? I'm so curious about this. This is what I'm most curious about. This is my butt? I am kind of hoping that this one gets wiped out. Like, come on. Like, save trafficked women in China. Like, as if. Come on. What about the indigenous women here in Canada? Right? What about the indigenous women here in Canada? Oh, we don't give a fuck about them. Okay. Even though, like, we actually have authority and power in our own country and could actually do something about it. Nah, get fucked. Who cares about them? Right? No, but the trafficked Chinese women that I'm sure definitely 100% exist. Right? That's what we need to be most concerned about. And for the record, if anybody can actually show me that there are trafficked women in China, I would report on it for sure. The Among Us guys got obliterated, dude. The infestation, not making it. Hope you guys are having a good time out there. Hope you're having a wonderful time. What a strange and unusual world we live in. Looks like they're consuming the body. They're consuming the larger body. The larger body is being consumed to change into more little Among Us guys. Oh, this flag down here getting eaten right up. This is the Finnish flag, if I'm not mistaken. Finnish flag. No, come on. Oh, yeah, haha, Finnish flag. I did it. All right. Proud of myself. That flag's getting eaten up. The Finns not going to be too happy about that. What time is it in Finland right now? What time is it in Finland? Oh yeah, they're all asleep. They're all in bed. So that's going to get eaten right up. This area here has seemed like it got put in place and everybody has just been like, acceptable. Whoa! The Blue Borner. They pushed back. The blue corner, man. I'm impressed. I gotta tell you, I'm impressed. I thought they were gone. I thought they were lost. Like, for real. I thought that this territory was pushing in here. They had lost a lot of ground, right? The blue corner pushing back. They're saying no. No, goddammit. This is the blue corner. Blue corner. This is like meta-nationalism. That's the best part about this, if you ask me. Like, these flags are all about, like, the geography of places that exist in the world. These are abstract representations of geographical locations existing in the world. The blue corner is a representation of the corner of this map, and this corner, and this is going to be blue, and fuck you if you think otherwise. That's some, like, beautiful, absolutely meta-nationalism right there. That, like, it's not tied to anything other than this particular canvas. And we have decided that this corner is blue. And if you fucking want it to not be blue, then you are our enemy and we're in a fight. It's just like, why? What does this even represent? It represents nothing. It's meaningless. All it represents is that the corner of this thing is blue, as we have stated very cleanly from the outset. I rather like this as well, don't you? Like our fuck cars, like and the parking lot that they made here. It's very colorful, but it's like exactly like if this was like a video game, it'd be like they would be moving, and you would think, yeah, like this looks really good. The symbol's really here, and it looks like everybody is fine with it. Everybody's just like, yeah, that's right, that's great, right? Like straight up, our fuck cars, yep, looks good. And it's the same story with the GameStop thing, with the exception of fucking with this guy's face. Seems like everybody loves fucking with this guy's face. This basically has stayed pretty much as it is, right? Little bit of graffiti going on the Osu. I don't know what this Osu place is. Like, what is this even? You got, of course, the Triforce of Power. This fucking weird demon. I'm glad that this weird demon is not manifesting. Like, I'm happy. Like this, and now he's like crying. I don't want this to become more crystal than this. This can go away. I hope this becomes something else. Ugh, look at that. Just like, ugh. Scary demon. Scary demon. Our Taiwan. Boo. Man. What's this gonna be? What's happening here? So this is our green latte? Lady? Alright. Yeah, dude, the Ukrainian map is like this is getting completely fucked over. They're not gonna, unless they straight up bring in the bots, they're not gonna regain this ground. Like what time is it in Ukraine? It's got to be about the same time, right? It's probably, yeah, exactly same time zone as Finland. Lattice. Oh yeah, of course, green lattice. Yeah, of course. But the E got added there to make it laddie, I guess. And it makes sense. It's a green lattice, right? And then that's fading into this, right? Which is changing into like, this looks like a Pokemon or a dinosaur. I don't know why in God's name. Guys, why am I doing this? Like, what the fuck? It's so fun. This is so enjoyable to me. Elden Ring, get good. Yeah, just straight up. Just like, get good, motherfuckers. Oh, man. I worry about this, guys. I'm playing Elden Ring, and I'm hitting a zone right now where I worry that the problem is not that my character is not strong enough. It's that I am not good at the game. I'm really worried about it, guys. I'm really worried that I'm not going to be able to actually beat this game because I'm not good at Dark Souls games. Like, I was attracted to Elden Ring because I could be a mage, and I had this idea in my head that, okay, I'm a mage, so that means I can be away from them. Right? That they're coming in with big, like, sweeping attacks, and I can be like, magic, and, like, dodge their shit or stay away from their shit. But as we're getting further and further along, like, the idea that I could actually stay far enough away from them in order to cast my spells and kill them before they reach me, it's not real. It doesn't matter what you build. At some point, it comes down to just, can you time your dodges so that you don't die? Like, that's the whole game. Can you time your dodges? And I'm very, very concerned that I can't. I'm very concerned about it. That at the end of the day, the game is just like, look, if you can't hit your dodge at the right time, you die. And I'm just like, well, I guess I die. What am I doing here? Let's get this. Let's destroy this. Yeah, now it doesn't say shit. Now it says sleeve Ukraine. Sleeve Ukraine. Okay, cool. Then we'll go after this one, and then we're gonna go after this one. Maybe those ones. Yeah. I got a strategy now. I should go to bed, man. Look at what they're doing here. It's coming down like this. Like they're building a cool little maze down this way. Like, and another thing I really love about this kind of stuff is that it is an opportunity for people to just make creative and interesting things. You know, just like the green lattice over here. Like, this is interesting and just like, why do this? Right? Like, it's just kind of cool. And like, it's and now it's like they're making like a blimp here. They're making a blimp here. It's pretty cool, man. Don't go to bed. I've just begun drinking. Oh yeah, I wish I had gone out and gotten some booze, but oh well. I've got tomorrow off even. Well, for you, Gino, I'll stick around, bud, for sure. For you, I think this is really cool too. What they did here, just like random assortment of color, but like they really committed to it. It looks really nice. Looks really nice. I'm really impressed with this one. Like they really committed to it right away, and they made something really really cool. Like, and the fact that they got his face, and sure it's been a little deformed here but like good for these guys. Like, good for these guys, man. Making something really cool that's now built into the larger picture, right? And the line is going up, still going up. They're still trying to get that line up more and more. Oh, it's a nice little boat. Just a little boat. Are these NFTs? Oh, dude, I don't work tomorrow. I don't give a shit. I'm actually mainly concerned that I'm boring you guys, or that you guys think I'm being super fucking lame. But I don't know. I guess I don't care. Like, it's we're overtime. This is my own time. It's just like I worry that you guys are over there thinking to yourselves like, is this what John does in his spare time? John needs to get a job. I just, because you know what it is, guys? You know what it really is, actually? Like, I want to believe that they're gonna leave this kind of thing up, right? I always think that they might, right? Because it's not the first time that websites have done this. I don't even think it's the first time that Reddit has done this. Reddit has done this in the past, right? But they don't keep it up, right? They never leave it up. They always take it down. They let it stay up for like a day, maybe two. And then they remove it. And so, which I think is deeply unfortunate. I really do. Like, this is a living art piece. Yeah, let's do it, Major. You and me, bud. Fuck these assholes with their goddamn Nazi slogans. Fuck that shit. We're doing God's work. Let's fuck these guys up. Like, look at this. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Like, that's really nice. Right? A big flower just coming out of the ground here, reaching up to the sky. Right? The rainbows, all of that is so lovely. I think this is supposed to be Michael Jackson. I'm not sure, though. And, like, it's the living nature of it that is so attractive to me, and that it does change based on time zones, right? Like, that the nationalization aspect of it, the national aspect of it plays because people go to bed, right? And you can see, like, now we're getting into the later evening, and this whole rainbow excursion is kind of losing steam. And it's losing steam for exactly the reason you would think. People are preparing to go to bed, right? That a bunch of kids came on Reddit and were just like, oh, fuck yeah, and, like, did a thing, right? And it looks like it's kicked off, like, a whole graffiti, kind of like, people are looking at this big Ukrainian flag and being like, there's absolutely no reason that big Ukrainian flag should be there anymore. Okay, I think I'm going to go after the S. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, I still know what it says is the problem. So I need that to go away. Yeah, okay. There are plenty of better ways to be creative. But this counts. This counts. There's no such thing as bad creativity, really. Like, and like, for real, like, I'm deadly serious that, like, I would definitely, if they kept something like this up, and if they kept it running, I for sure would do regular updates on this. Like not like huge, like I wouldn't spend the amount of time that I'm doing now, obviously. But like I would come in and be like, check it out. Like, I'd give you guys 5-10 minutes of this for sure. Because, like, it's a living document. It's a living artistic document that is a reflection of the underlying consciousness of the community. And it's not going to last very, very much longer. They will take it down. Because ultimately, I can't imagine what the moderation on something like this would be. That's what it really comes down to. Like, the amount of immense moderation that must go into a project like this, because you know what's going to happen, right? Like, the Nazis are going to come in, and you're going to see Nazi symbols and Nazi swastikas all over this if you don't moderate it, if you just let it be, right? Like, the Nazis are going to take it over. For sure they are. And so that level of moderation must just, like, it's got to be so taxing. So this is fun to do one day, like, April Fools, right? Like, that's nice and all, but, like, it's not going to last. And that's why I'm spending so much time looking at it, because I know it's going to be gone soon. And it's so rare. It's so rare these days to see an honest, artistic expression come out of any place, right? Everything is so tailored and catered and like group focused, like focus grouped, right? Everything is so algorithmed and presented and like there's a so it becomes like a blandness, right? Everything becomes like everything else. And that's not what this is. This is a true expression of a community, and that's completely undeniable. Like, why does this rainbow exist here? Because the community wants it. Why does this blue corner exist? Because the community wants it. And it doesn't make any fucking sense, but they want it. And so that's what it is. Like, this is fucking brilliant. Like, this is absolutely brilliant, if you ask me. The Among Us infestation, right? And seeing the Among Us infestation come up here and then get defeated, right? And they've, like, managed to leave behind, like, a little tiny group, right? And now you've got this little maze coming in here. I think it's so wonderful. 2209? What's that in reference to, bud? Sorry, I don't know what that's about. I know, right? And then there's that contemplation as well, right, Harry? Like, that's an interesting thing to think about. Right? I can't imagine being so enamored by my own country that I would construct a flag on our place and make jingoist statements. Holy yikes. And you'll find with these sorts of collages that no one is more fragile than the Americans. Like, the American flag has got to be big. It's got to be central, right? I'm actually surprised at how small it is this time, right? It's usually much bigger. And anytime I see any of these sorts of things, the American flag, but you'll notice, right? Like, the American flag has got to be the biggest flag, right? Like, this is long, sure, but it's not big, right? And every single time, it happens every single time. The American flag, like, they brigade it and it gets taken down, right? And it happens every single fucking time. And then it gets put back up. And to me, it indicates, like, a fragility of sorts. That, like, if you couldn't that Americans, if Americans saw something like this, and this sort of speaks to what I've been talking about this whole time, how it's the consciousness of a community. That if the Americans came to a place like this and they saw that there wasn't an American flag, they would immediately start work on putting a flag there, and they would destroy stuff to get in the way. Oh yeah, it's all very gaudy, right? It's all very gaudy and self-congratulatory. And this thing that's happening right here, this friction that's happening right here, it speaks to what is happening in America, right? That America is really struggling with like the trans community and really struggling with the gay community right now, and there is that tension and there is that friction, and it's very interesting that these borders have manifested in this artistic space. Like this flag could be over here, like this stuff could be over here, right? The American flag doesn't need to be here; it could be down over here, and yet it isn't, right? Like these tension points are manifesting in the art, right? Yeah, it's even on the moon. Yeah, exactly. And the moon is better for it, damn it. Yeah, we're winning. We're winning this. This shit's gonna go. I'm convinced of it. Ugh. Fucking Nazi slogans. Get the fuck right out of here. All right, we're gonna share stream for a minute, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Be right back. I'm still trying to figure out how this works. We should replace the US flag with the PRC flag. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, bud. That is not gonna happen. Like, that is a pretty major endeavor. Right? Every pixel is 5 minutes. Nah, dude. The Americans are gonna overwhelm you on that one for sure. And what becomes interesting with this sort of stuff, I think about it for myself personally, like, beyond just the observation, but also the participation, right? Like, why are you participating in the thing that you are participating in? And in that regard, like, it can become somewhat self-reflective. Like, why am I involving myself over here and not here, right? Like, why am I not participating in the building of this Canada flag and the building of all of this, right? And ultimately, it's because I don't really care. Like, I don't actually care about this flag. I'm interested in the formation of this to see if they can actually manage it. And of course, you know, they're all going to bed, right? Everybody's leaving, so the energy has completely stopped on this, right? Nobody seems to care at the moment. Oh, some nice little ducks. Isn't that nice? Nice little ducks? Yeah, that's nice. And I sort of think to myself, okay, if I was going to be self-reflective and use art as a way to reflect upon myself, why is this important to me, right? And it's important to me because I'm infuriated at how Nazism and Nazi slogans have begun to infect the discourse and have become to be normalized in the society. It drives me crazy. Like, it's completely unacceptable to me. I think that what's going on with this Canada flag is exactly indicative of what's going on in Canada, dude. Like, this moment here, right? Is Canada doing okay? And the response is, we are not okay. I think that that's very telling from just like what is actually happening in Canada today, right? And that we're really struggling to form up and figure it out and get it put together. Like look at the intense detailing that some communities have actually managed to put together. Like let's be straight. Like look at this. Like look at this. Right? And this is for a video game. Right? And Inscription's a good video game, but like it's certainly not as powerful, and in several years' time will this still be here? Right? It certainly doesn't have the same power as national identity. Right? Like there's the Triforce. You think about even like this guy's face. Right? Like the detailing that some of these pictures have actually managed to form up. Right? Something even like this. This is far more intricate and detailed than the Canadian flag. And they they can't seem to do it. Right? It's not for lack of trying. They just seem to not be able to put it together. And I feel like that's very much how Canada is at the moment. That Canada is very much trying, but doesn't seem to know how to do it. And so it's not actually coming together, and it's not actually working, right? And that's more or less how I do view Canada. That, like, I think most Canadians actually are fairly well-meaning. That, like, the Ukrainian crisis that's happening in Russia, for example, right? That, like, there was an outpouring, right? But Canadians don't actually know what to do or where to put their energy or don't even really know what's going on, right? So it just ends up being kind of a flailing, more or less. And that's basically what this looked like. Just kind of a flailing, right? And it's because we don't really plan anything. We don't really know what we're up to. And so it means that nothing we do works. Did you ever get the feeling that the truth is less revealing than a downright lie? Ooh, that's a spicy phrase right there. A spicy phrase. That's a spicy meatball. I think everybody's going to bed. That's what I think's happening right now. Everybody's in bed, right? It's 10. People are preparing to go to bed. Everything's going to bed. So I think the picture has stalled for the most part. I don't think we're seeing any change. I don't think we're seeing any growth. I don't know much about Canada, but well, grass is always greener, bud. That's the truth, right? Grass is always greener on the other side. That you might come up here and realize, it sort of depends on where you showed up. You might come up here and realize that it's not that different. I mean, the healthcare system is different, but that's not going to last for too much longer, honestly. This is hilarious. They got this like genie-looking guy here, and this extending down, and it's like comes over, up, and then they do like a little snake all the way around. That's hilarious. Yeah, so I actually think that this is how it's going to look like until the Europeans are going to wake up soon. But that's not going to happen for a couple hours. Right? Because, like, what time is it in Britain? Yeah. It's 3 a.m. Where is it 6 a.m. right now? Abuja? Havana? Hold on. Google Maps. Oh, I could have just... Oh, well. Yeah, Havana. Wait, that's not right. No, that's completely wrong. In Beijing, but they wouldn't connect to Reddit, right? Like, they wouldn't be part of it. Yeah, like, China and Russia are not going to be part of it. So if it's, like, morning time, like, right here, that kind of explains why it's become quiet. Because everybody is basically going to bed. So I think that that's fairly telling, guys, because the thing that I care about looking at this is that it changes, and if it's not going to change, then it's not worth looking at anymore. Going to do one more little alteration right here. Yeah, exactly, right? 5:21 a.m. So it's like right in here. Right, that's the time zone right now, and then it's going to go all the way down into this territory, or just go. Whatever. I don't even give a fuck. All right, guys, I'm calling it. Always remember, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. The billionaire class is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to make sure that you stay the good little commodity that they need you to be. Revolt. Rebel. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.